I pledge allegiance to the flag moment and time that took place in Pawtucket and for the family. Thank you. I would also, at this time, remind everyone that as you came in, you saw a sign there that had some of the practices to keep this conversation and this hearing respectful and addressing it to the chair, not making it personal. I also like to remind everyone that this hearing is being streamed in YouTube, so you're able to see it on your phone and play it back. But also, I also thank those who are here, such as the frequent media that's always in these venues. Thank you for being here. Also, the emergency exits, as you know, they're to your left and to your right and to the rear. As you go down the stairs, the same way, if you notice on the first floor, exits on the rear and both sides. As you also may know, on the second floor, the restrooms are being rehabbed. So if you need to use the restroom, they're downstairs in the first floor. I ask everyone to respect the chambers, respect the message, speak to the issue, and I also encourage organizations that feel that they're delivering almost the same message. If they have a lot of members, that's up to you. That if you would like to step forward and speak on behalf of that organization and just bring your members and say we are 10 or 15 strong here, you have that option. But we are committed to be in these chambers as long as possible, so that way we can listen to your feedback, to your recommendations, whether they're pros or cons. I also would like at this time also to recognize my colleagues, the Vice Chairwoman, Shelley Peterson. To my right, Councilman Miguel Sanchez, Councilwoman Sue Andawa, and Councilman Justin Royes. In addition to our colleagues, from my left to the right, we have Councilman John Goncalves, Councilwoman Jill Davison, Majority Leader Pedro Espinal, Councilman Espinal, Councilwoman Mary Kay Harris, and our Councilwoman and President Rachel Miller. So with that said, I welcome all of you. And also, I'll say this in English and Spanish, if you have a language barrier or need some translation, or you want to help someone, there's a QR code outside that if you go use your smartphone, it will take you to an application with your earpiece that you also could have this hearing translated in any language. So, para las personas que necesitan traducciones, tenemos una aplicación. Si usan el teléfono inteligente que tienen, hay una aplicación que puede traducir el lenguaje que quieran, en español o otros lenguajes, y el QR code está afuera. Así lo pueden usar y lo pueden ponerse su audio escucha en sus orejas. Así que estamos aquí para a escuchar a todas las personas hasta que no haya otros en este salón. El comité está dedicado a escuchar lo que es el pro y el con y sugerencias. Para eso estamos aquí, para crear un mejor Providencia. So with that said, we're here to listen to everyone and making sure that we hear the pros and cons and any other suggestions that you may have. Thank you very much. And Madam, excuse me. And since I have your full attention, I'll make the announcement again. The Honda Pilot, color green, license plate VS513, is parked in the famous spot for New Haven, the Haven Brothers food restaurant. And as a reminder, if you get hungry, you can also go out there and get some burgers afterwards. So, Honda Pilot Green VS513, you need to move your car. They're about to tow it. Sorry to deliver that bad news, but we're trying to make sure that you don't, please. With that said, Madam Clerk, if you could please read item 1.
Item 1, an ordinance amending Chapter 13, Housing of the Code of Ordinance of the City of Providence to add the next appropriate article, the Providence Rent and Stabilization Act.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. With the Sergeant at Arms, can you please bring the sign-in sheet that you have before us? Thank you. Madam Clerk, could you enter the letters of testimony into the record?
So noted.
Thank you. Just to remind everyone, this is a hearing. We're going to be listening to the testimony. This hearing, there is no vote needed and even to adjourn. So with that said, I would like to first call Larry Mancini, Chief Financial Officer. Actually, give me 1 second. Yes, the first person I'd like to call is Larry Mancini, Chief Financial Officer for the City of Providence.
Test.
Thank you, Mr. Mancini. And just to, you've been here for many years. Everyone is going to receive a 3-minute, and obviously, Mr. Mancini, being the Chief Financial Officer, has an exception on that. At least 5 minutes, right? Or so.
I'll do my best to stay within the rules, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And if you could also speak directly into the mic, so that way the people in the rear can listen and hear what testimony is being provided. Thank you, Mr. Mancini. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, good evening, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the committee and the City Council. My name is Lawrence J. Mancini. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the City of Providence. This evening, I'm here specifically to provide testimony on the unknown potential financial implications this policy could have on the city. On January 26th of this year, the administration formally requested a fiscal note on the impact this proposal will have on our budget. Only today, the Finance Department was provided with such a note, which estimates that the cost of this program administration at more than $500,000 next year alone. There hasn't been enough time for this to be fully viewed, to review this note, so I can't provide any assurances that this includes the full cost. Without that necessary information prior to today, the finance team conducted a limited analysis of the potential impact to the City of Providence's tax revenue and hence the budget, based upon information gleaned from a similar study from the City of Portland, Maine, based on rent control provisions. The Finance Department reviewed the number of residential dwelling properties that could be subject to the rent control provision and arrived at approximately 44% of those dwellings. Using those affected properties and its combined assessed value of $4.3 billion, and when applied against the respective tax rates, the cumulative projected tax loss using the Portland model would result in a projected property tax loss of between $1.9 million and $3.25 million of tax revenue. Applying the same impacts observed in the Portland, Maine, and St. Paul, Minnesota studies, the tax revenue loss in Providence could approach actually $10.3 million to a range of $17.5 million. This exercise does not take into account the potential decrease in property valuation we have seen because of these policies in similar cities, which would further decrease revenue. As an example, St. Paul, Minnesota saw an average property value fall by 4.4% when the implementation of rent control policies was completed. Clearly, any lost revenue would have to be made up by shifting the tax burden to single-family homeowners, which result in tax raises for neighbors across the city. Hence, even an average tax revenue loss or shift of 4.3% could result in significantly higher tax bills for the median valued single-family home. These are families, elderly neighbors, and community members who cannot bear the burden alone and afford an increase in their tax bill or a decrease in the property value. I hope that the City Council will consider the financial, economic, and policy impacts of this legislation and invite the experts in the administration who were not consulted during the drafting of this proposal to the committee for a more transparent discussion prior to any vote being conducted. Thank you for your time and consideration. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mancini. The next person I would like to call is Emily Friedman, Director of Housing and Human Services.
Good evening, honorable members of the committee. I'm Emily Friedman, Director of Housing and Human Services. The city's Department of Housing and Human Services shares the deep concerns of so many neighbors here in Providence who are struggling with unaffordable rents and a real housing shortage. The pressure on families across our city is undeniable. But while the urgency is real, we must also be thoughtful about the solutions we choose. The department is immersed all day, every day, in the work of increasing the city's supply of affordable housing and designing programs that protect, preserve, and produce housing for our residents. We see firsthand the scale of the challenge and the importance of solutions that expand opportunity rather than restrict it. Some on the council have proposed rent stabilization. The department understands why it sounds appealing. But to be clear, rent stabilization does not freeze rents or lower them. It simply regulates the pace of future increases. Further evidence and direct conversations with day-to-day administrators in peer cities urge extreme caution when considering such a policy. In St. Paul, Minnesota, strict rent control adopted in 2021, like is proposed here, led to an over 80% drop in new housing permits, while rents still increased. Colleagues there have shared how difficult it has been to unwind the unintended consequences. In contrast, nearby Minneapolis experienced a building boom and declining rents after pursuing zoning reforms to increase supply. This is one of the clearest real-world case studies we have available. In Portland, Maine, leaders have had to muddle through administrative complexity, unclear roles, and a multi-year backlog of exemption applications and appeals. Research also shows that rent control policies often disproportionately benefit higher income white households who are more likely to secure and remain in controlled units, not the lower income residents most vulnerable to displacement. If our shared goal is to protect those residents, targeted means-tested programs such as rental assistance, expanded eviction defense, and housing stabilization supports are far more effective tools in our pro-housing toolbox. And I hope the council will support thoughtful proposals like those when the administration submits its FY27 budget this spring. Vacancy control provisions like the one proposed here, which most cities have ultimately dropped or are seeking to unwind, can also backfire. When annual increases are capped at 4%, landlords are incentivized to take that full increase every year to keep pace with rising costs. That structure institutionalizes rent increases rather than moderates them. Additionally, the 99-year deed restriction requirement would mean nearly all of our existing affordable housing developments would not qualify for exemption. Combined with a new construction exemption period that is misaligned with standard mortgage terms, this creates underwriting uncertainty that could slow desperately needed housing production now. I urge you to review the expert testimony submitted to you by Rhode Island Housing and other housing finance experts. Here in Providence, the city cannot afford policies that risk reducing investment or delaying new homes, and I urge you not to unintentionally undermine the good work we've been doing together to address this housing crisis. Together, we must focus on proven strategies that grow housing supply and protect affordability. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like your both testimony? Do you want to turn it in for us? Or send us those emails, or if you've probably sent it already? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. The next person we have here, Gregory J. Rice, the position against. You have 3 minutes, and there's someone here to the right, will give you notification how long you have left, and then you must end. Thank you.
Thank you. When I began testifying at the State House years ago, rent control was a boutique, radical idea that was scoffed at by mostly everyone. The Overton window has since shifted to where we are today. It has become reasonable and acceptable to propose, support, and endorse rent control and/or rent stabilization. When I testified, I would spend time researching and studying the issue diligently. I would bring forth data, information, case studies, quotes from experts, facts about my experience, comparative city analyses, and beyond. My colleagues who are here in solidarity tonight would do the same. Year after year, however, after doing the same thing and seeing no results, actually seeing worse results, I have come to the realization that rent control has surpassed its original intention and now instead has become a religion. And as we all know, facts and information are the enemy of religion. What I've also noticed is that the Providence City Council official Facebook page has shifted from a neutral, unbiased informational hub to a mechanized propaganda arm of the progressive wing of the Democrat Party. The official Facebook page is a government-funded resource that has been weaponized to promote an institutional consensus and belief to the untrained public eye that they have reached their determination on this matter. This is arguably one of the most controversial policy issues the city has seen. And the overwhelming majority of the content promoted is one-sided. That is as un-American as it gets. That's what they do in North Korea. Thank you.
Next person is Rained Thomas, the position 4. If you could restate your name and your address.
Yes.
Where do you live? Or at least live in
My
Providence.
name is Raina Thomas, and I live in Ward 3.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Raina Thomas, and I'm a member of Sister Fire, here to speak in support of the rent stability bill. mostly because this is a moment of urgency and I have not heard an alternative plan to address the rising costs of rent in the city of Providence. And while I cannot speak on behalf of everyone, I know that limiting a landlord's ability to raise the rent by 4% would, if nothing else, give me time to find alternative housing options. From reading the bill, I understand that this is not about rent control, but about rent stability. Rent control means that I move into your apartment at a price and it stays that price as long as I live there. Rent stability says you cannot increase my rent by a certain percentage each year. So you can increase the amount of rent each year. Secondly, one of the things that I'm also understanding is that my landlord would not have to raise the rent to 4%. That is also another misfact that is being spread. But they cannot exceed that 4% without justification. As a tenant who is subject to background checks, credit reports, criminal background searches, and references, I would love some transparency in why my rent is increased by more than 4%. Especially since I have been priced out of 2 homes in the past 6 years. My rent has not increased below 4%. My rent has increased by 11% in the past 6 years. 11% in Ward 1 and in Ward 3. I am a high school history teacher. I make less than $3,000 a month, and I cannot afford rent. I am teaching your children, I'm teaching your nieces and nephews, your neighbors, and I cannot afford to pay rent. I can't afford to teach. This impacts your kids just as much as it impacts your tenants. There is a teacher shortage in Providence right now because teachers are walking away and transitioning into other industries because we cannot pay rent. So this isn't just about money, this is also about your children. And if we're being honest, even you who are small landlords, you are being impacted by this as well, right? If we're thinking about it, you actually should be outlining with your tenants, right? Because the big corporations, the reason why you're seeing such high costs in maintenance, why you're seeing such high costs in your taxes, is because they are buying up all of the land and they're increasing your taxes. They are increasing your taxes, okay? And so I recommend that you highly support this bill because this is urgent.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would also remind everyone that as you clap, the time keeps going. So you're shortening the 3 minutes for the speaker, please. So I know that we're passionate and we want to be supportive, but we want to make sure that we hear the testimony and that people can have the time that they've dedicated to come out here and have the time to testify, because we have about 3 pages and more are coming. Thank you very much. The next person is Donald Martone. Against. Welcome.
What's that? We don't want you to shut the fuck up. We want you to have a voice.
Just let you know, there's no outburst. There's also, you will be escorted out if there's any incidents or any shouting back and forth. I remind you about being respectful and just, we're here to listen to testimony, just as the democracy of our city, and that we are here dedicated to make sure that we listen. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Martone.
Thank you for your time. I don't need the entirety of the time. My good friend put my name in the ring here, and he knows that I'm just as passionate about this subject as he is, and as well as my constituents. My name is Donald Martone. I am an unlikely candidate for mayor for the city of Woonsocket, 19,436 residents strong. But I'm also a former resident of the city of Providence and an investor, and I can speak to both ends of this challenging issue that we're facing. But I can tell you, as a former resident, having sold last year before your tax increases, I can tell you that before we have a conversation about rent stabilization or control, it's been misconstrued, because we don't have control. The city has control. So if the city has control, why don't we have a talk about the cost of the property before we talk about what it's required to maintain a property for the safety and the health of our tenants. I do want to call to attention of this 17-page document a very alarming definition called fair return. And according to this committee, it's defined as a return sufficient to maintain property in decent and habitable condition. And what does that mean exactly? Not only am I a former investor of Providence and decided to put my money elsewhere because of what's coming down the pike here, I do want to call to attention my experience in real estate over the last 12 years. Thank you so much. I don't need that much time. Thank you. The last 12 years of investing in selling real estate and helping people in this very situation. You bring back the free market, you allow the market to do what it has to do. These properties, multifamily investment properties, are based, the cost is based upon the GRM, the gross rent multipliers, and the cap rates. Prices have already come down on these properties because people simply won't stand for it. There's your free market. When the prices come down, the rents come down. It's not justifiable anymore for an individual to want to spend $650,000 on a 3-unit property in Providence. Let the free market live. You will have your rent stabilization. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Alexa Briga.
Members of the Providence City Council Hope Committee, good evening. My name is Alexa Barriga. I live in Wanskuck in Ward 14, and I'm a member and I'm an organizer with Sister Fire. I'm here because my family and I have suffered from the lack of housing stability and tenant protections in Providence, and because I believe that rent stabilization is one critical step towards protecting the safety and the dignity of people in this city. I have lived in my current apartment for 1 year. I moved there after experiencing a 40% rent increase in 2024 in the West End, where I lived for 4 years with my younger sister and my best friend. In 1 year, our rent went up from $1,500 a month to $2,100 a month with no explanation. Our landlords became hostile and we were forced out. Before that, I lived in another apartment in the West End for 3 years. During my last year there, I was in and out of the hospital with respiratory infections caused by high levels of toxic black mold. Despite repeated requests, our landlords refused to test the apartment, and after months of being sick, I paid for the testing myself. When the results confirmed the mold, the landlords asked us to leave for a week so that they could treat it. On the first day that we left, they posted an eviction notice to our door, one that we didn't see because we lived on the 3rd floor. They never treated the apartment. Instead, they sold the building and moved to Florida. We were forced to move our belongings into storage for 3 months. I slept in my car. I stayed with friends until we were able to secure another apartment. And during that time, I was really scared. I was depressed, I was anxious, and I was working full time. I just got an email that my rent will go up again this year, even though the hot water hasn't worked properly since I moved in. I spend about 40% of my income on rent. I've had to move further and further from where I work. I've changed how I eat. I skip my healthcare visits, all to make sure that I make my rent. And I know that I'm not alone. Many other Sister Fire members and many other people in this room share very similar painful experiences. I support rent stabilization because tenants need protection and we deserve accountability. Rent stabilization is how we can care for families, how we can care for our elders, how we can care for workers, because it's about keeping people housed and rooted in the communities that they belong in. Care does belong at the center of public life, and I urge you to pass this ordinance without weakening it. So please vote yes on rent stabilization. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Karen Seiler. Against? Karen Seiler.
Hi,
Welcome.
my name is Karen Seiler. I live in Ward 2. I own property, rental property in Ward 1 and also in Ward 2. My husband and I became landlords in Providence in 1989. So though we're small landlords, we would not be eligible for an exemption under the proposed ordinance. One of our properties in Fox Point has 6 units, so it's not eligible. And I came with a little bit of real numbers here to talk about the landlord side of this for these types of small multifamily properties. And I know a 6-unit facility in Providence is considered commercial, but it's 2 little tiny small 3 families. There's 5 apartments that are 2 bedrooms and 1 apartment that's a 1 bedroom. Our property taxes this past year on that property in Fox Point were $24,000. So we can't have this conversation without talking about the expenses. If you divide the $24,000 by apartment and by month, that works out to $332 a month per apartment property tax, which is a huge number when you think about what people are paying in rent. I took a look at the last 4 years. Our average annual rental increase across those 6 units was 2.4%. Our average annual increase in our base operating costs, so I'm not talking about repairs, I'm not talking about improvements, I'm not even talking about mortgage. I'm only talking about property tax, insurance, utilities, and basic cleaning like snow removal, that kind of stuff. 12.5% annual average increase across the same period. Now, those expenses are unusual. Things like utilities and insurance are out of control. And the property tax number I shared with you is 50% of that number. So we have a systemic and a structural problem here in this city, and rent stabilization is not going to do anything to control it, because if I don't have the flexibility to respond to the actual costs, especially in between tenants, then I'm just going to de facto raise my rent by 4% every year, which is going to hurt my tenants. They have not been experiencing those kinds of rent increases. So if there are abuses in the system, address the abuses. Don't penalize good landlords. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. One last time, the Honda Pilot, license plate VM 513, you need to move, it's gonna be gone. Haven Brothers is ready to move into their place. I also would like to remind everyone that on Monday, this committee is going to be meeting at 5:30 for deliberation of the feedback that we're getting here and also out in the community. And so there will also be another rent stabilization listening session on Tuesday, February 24th at 5 p.m. at the South Side Cultural Center. And then on the March 4th, on the Federal Hill and West End rent stabilization hearing at that time at the Bell Street Chapel. So with that said, the next person will be Sophia Gums, 4. Hi, welcome.
Members of the Providence City Council Hope Committee, my name is Sophia Gums, and I'm a member leader with Sister Fire. I live in the West End. We organize women and non-binary people of color across the city, and we're here because our members' stories show one clear truth. Rent is destabilizing Providence. This testimony is grounded in more than 40 interviews and direct rental support to over 100 families across the South Side, West End, Fox Point, Olneyville, Smith Hill, Wanscook, Mount Pleasant, and beyond. These are not isolated stories, they show a pattern. Rent is rising faster than wages. Many of our members spend 40 to 70% of their income on rent. People on fixed incomes pay 60% or more. One member told us, every year my SSI goes up a little bit. Every time it does, my rent goes up too. Another said, rent keeps going up, but my income has gone down. Rent stabilization is not about the lack of housing. This is about triple-deckers with mold, basement apartments with water pooling through the walls, units with roaches, mice, and no heat, flipped apartments with broken plumbing and freezing water. One member said, the rent is always crazy, it's never worth it where I live. Another shared, we were paying almost $1,300 for a freezing old apartment. Quality does not improve, yet the price goes up. Displacement is happening quietly and constantly. People are pushed out through rent hikes, non-renewal notices, and month-to-month leases. It is legal on paper, it's devastating in real life. One member told us the lease wouldn't be renewed, that was it. Another said, I moved 4 or 5 times in a few years. Families are leaving Providence for Pawtucket, Cranston, and Woonsocket, not because they want to, but because they cannot afford to stay in the neighborhoods they grew up in and helped build. This instability creates impossible trade-offs. People skip medication, they ration food, they delay doctor visits, they fall behind on utility payments to keep a roof over their heads. A parent told us, I skipped meals so my kid could eat. Another said, there are nights when food isn't even on my mind. I'm worried about rent. Housing stress is a public health issue. Members describe chronic anxiety, sleepless nights, and preparing mentally for homelessness. One person said, I actively think about whether I could live in my car. Another said, I cry every night. This is the emotional cost of unchecked rent increases. We also see the structural pattern. Corporate landlords replace local owners, communication moves to portals, repairs require 5 requests, rent increases are sent via email with no prior notice or conversation, decisions are made without community input. At the same time, we see longtime Black, brown, immigrant, and working class neighborhoods transform. Development is not built for the people who live here now. It is built for higher income newcomers. Rent stabilization will not fix everything, but it will do something critical. It will set boundaries. It will prevent sudden rent shocks that destabilize households. It will reduce non-renewal pressure. It will give families predictability. It will allow people to plan, not just survive. Our members are not asking for new homes. They're asking for stability in the ones they have.
Thank you.
Providence is not Boston. Wages here do not match the rents being charged. Without intervention, displacement will continue outward, families will continue to fracture, neighborhoods will continue
Thank
to
you,
lose
Ms.
their
Gomes.
cultural anchors.
Thank you very much. Next we have Jeremy Costa. Jeremy Costa. Against?
You guys were probably expecting that. You probably weren't expecting for me to be against rent stabilization. And after listening to a few people here, I'm really against rent stabilization. A lot of these people don't really understand. So I want to take the time for a quick second and have everybody, because they all use the same search engines. You know, they're all going to be replaced by them soon. So I want them to go into their phones right now and ask their search engine if rent stabilization is fiscally responsible, is economically responsible. I want them to ask that question. And the first person to raise their hand, no.
You address the...
Oh, okay, but listen, but we're addressing the city.
Address...
And so I'm going to do so, since you asked. But I just wanted, because there's a lot of people that had a lot of questions. One question that I have in regards to the city, I want to address, make sure you guys get this real quick. This is just a simple math question. When you are paying 4%, and then you add additional 4%, and then you add additional 4%, and then you add an additional 4%, and then you add an additional 4%, and then you add an additional 4%, how much percent are you going to end up paying at the end of 6 years? Does anybody have the answer to that at the city council? I heard somebody, 24%. So 11% ain't nothing. So, you know, but I want to go back into the testimony because I think it's more important for you guys to really understand. What we're doing is we're pricing our people out. We're creating the chaos because we're taking all the funds to fill these seats with bureaucracy. We can use those resources to help the schools. We need our school system back. They just tried to take we just had to pay $11 million in fines and fees. We don't need any more litigation. We just paid $11 million for an accident that could have been avoided. That's $22 million. That could be enough to finance this committee probably for the next 3 years, because we don't know what type of litigation's coming our way. So we need to take a look at the bare minimum. The numbers, the math doesn't lie. But I just want to add just real quick, because I don't have much time, and I know that there's a lot of people that have an opinion on this. You know, this isn't about the city. It's not just about rent. I'm not standing here trying to defend landlords either right now. I'm standing here because I love the city of Providence. Do you know what? I moved here because of a do not contact. I moved here because I was forced to move here. I moved here because there was no other place to give me sanctuary.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
So I want you guys to understand, don't force these landlords who are your only revenue stream right now, because you could be cut off at any moment by the man in D.C. that I just went to go see. You could be cut off at any time.
Thank you.
And so who's going to support you then?
Your time has run out.
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you. Next, we have Celine Means for it. Celine Means.
Hello, can you hear me?
May proceed.
Good evening. My name is Celine Means, and I live in Ward 13, and I am a member of Sister Fire. We are in strong support of the Rent Stabilization Act. We believe this ordinance is necessary. We believe it must remain strong and equitable in its final form. As you've heard from our members, rent is rising, and the quality of the housing does not match these prices. I am one of these people where all of my income goes towards paying for rent while freezing in a poorly insulated apartment with mice. Sister Fire has supported over 100 families through rental assistance and mutual aid in neighborhoods across the city, and we see these patterns. Rent goes up and conditions do not improve. We support this provision that no rent increase shall be allowed if the unit is not in compliance with housing code. No one should pay more for unsafe living conditions. If a landlord wants to raise rent, the unit must be safe and dignified. We support the 4% annual cap. This is a moderate guardrail. It allows for steady increases while preventing shock hikes that destabilize families. We support the requirement of landlords to petition the Rent Regulation Board for increases unless they demonstrate exceptional circumstances. This creates much needed oversight and transparency. It balances housing stability with a fair return standard for property owners. We support the municipal complaint process through the Rent Regulation Board. Tenants need a clear place to go when there's retaliation, overcharging, and failure to maintain services. The ability to file complaints collectively through tenant unions is essential. Collective rights create safety. We do want to name some areas of the policy that we have challenges with. First of all is the default anniversary date of January 1st if there's a no documented lease. January is one of the hardest financial months for families: heating costs, holiday debt, seasonal work slows. We ask the council to consider alternatives to avoiding concentrating increases specifically around the more financially straining period of the year. Secondly, there's a requirement that board members of the Rent Regulation Board must be qualified voters, and we have many residents who are long-term community members but are not eligible voters. They pay rent, they raise their children, and contribute to our economy, and we believe that lived experience and residency should be sufficient to serve. And so we hope that you do not exclude impacted residents from decision-making on the basis of citizenship. Lastly, we would like the council to examine the 15-year exemption, whether or not this timeline is appropriate. Providence needs steadiness in its rental market. This ordinance establishes clear rules, a structured petition process, and protections. It does not freeze rent, it does not eliminate profit, it creates guardrails. Housing is not a luxury, it is a foundation for health, education, and economy. When rent is unpredictable, everything else becomes unstable. We urge you to pass this strong rent stabilization. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I also would like to recognize Councilman Oscar Vargas, who's here with us, and also Councilwoman Ana Vargas, who's just joined us also. Thank you. Next person is Andrew Kine. Andrew Kine, against? Is Andrew Kine here? All right, moving forward. Next person is Janice Hannert. Against? Janet Hannert. If Andrew comes in, just put him on the side for me, please, and we'll call him next. Thank you. Janice, welcome.
Thank you, members of the Common Council, City Council. My name is Janice Hannert. I've been a landlord in Providence for over 40 years. I respectfully ask that you do not pass rent stabilization. This ordinance, if passed, will not achieve what it's trying to do and will in fact hurt housing. It will produce rent destabilization rather than rent stabilization. Landlords want to have stable long-term tenants. It's very disruptive when a tenant moves, you renovate the apartment, you advertise the apartment, you have a vacant month or two, you pay the utilities. It's not, you get a new lead certificate, it's not good for either the landlord or the tenant. In the past, landlords have not raised rents every year. They tried not to raise the rent until the tenant moved, but that won't be possible under this ordinance. I'm afraid that I'd have to raise my rents 4% every year for every tenant because I couldn't raise them when the unit's vacant, and it wouldn't hurt the tenant. If I look at some of my tenants, they've been there 24 years, 19 years, 17 years, 16 years. These people might have to move if I raise my rents. Rent control is also not need-based. It applies to everyone. As a small private landlord, I try not to raise rents on people that I think might have to move. A good tenant is gold. They help you maintain your property. My house is also in a local historic district. I have a historic home with wood clapboard, wood windows, which cost much more to maintain than vinyl windows and vinyl siding. I'm concerned that I won't be able to maintain my property if this ordinance is passed. In addition, rents went up during COVID when people from New York were moving here because they could work remotely. People now have to go back to the office, and a lot of those people have left. I think rents are softening now. I feel that rent control will hurt the city of Providence. The assessments are based on the rents that landlords charge for their rental real estate. Property values will go down, and the amount of real estate tax that the city can collect will go down, and the city may not be able to pay its bills. I'm very worried that I won't be able to pay my bills. My water, sewer, insurance, labor, utilities have all gone up, and I don't know how much they'll go up in the future. I don't want to raise my rents any more than I have to. So adopting this proposed rent stabilization ordinance is a bad idea. Landlords will not be able to maintain their properties, and I feel the city will suffer. It will destabilize the housing market rather than stabilize it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next person is Vivian Sutherland. 4. Vivian Sutherland.
Hello, I'm Vivian Sutherland. I live in Ward 13. We are told a fairy tale in Providence. We are told that the market alone can fix the housing crisis. Landlords want us to believe that a right to housing is less important than their right to a profitable return on investment. But let's be honest about what's actually happening in Providence. Our housing system isn't failing because we forgot how to build. It's failing because it's been hijacked by landlords monopolizing the land and overcharging because they can. The landlord lobby hides behind the mask of the so-called mom and pop housing provider. They don't want you to see the LLCs, the shell companies, the massive accumulation of land. We are told they provide housing. No, the working class built the housing. Landlords simply gatekeep it. Providence is standing on a cliff. Over 55% of our homes were built before 1940. The iconic triple-deckers, the backbone of our neighborhoods, are being pushed towards demolition by neglect. What is the market solution? Wait for the buildings to be condemned and develop luxury condos with only 10% affordable housing? In 15 years, by 2040, our city will be a gentrifying corporate playground for the rich in some neighborhoods and slum apartments costing probably about $4,000 in others. Not a place to raise a family. These won't be homes, they'll be investment vehicles for real estate developers and investors to park cash while our neighbors are priced out of the city. Rent stabilization is often called market interference. I call it a stay of execution. It would provide the foundational stability required to live a life not defined by the terror of an impending 30 or 40 or 50% rent hike. If rent stabilization makes landlordism less profitable for speculators, that's great, it should. Landlords shouldn't exist. While we need to prevent price gouging, what tenants really need is a rent freeze, a permanent cap that actually lowers the rent and ties it to the quality of the housing. The city needs a first right of refusal to take more housing into public ownership and municipalize the corporate landlords and the slumlords. Housing should be a human right, a public utility. Rent stabilization is the floor, and our demands are not the ceiling. We aren't asking for a discount. We are asserting our right to a dignified life in the city of Providence. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Andrew Kine, is he here? No, moving forward. Next person would be Jordan Frank. Jordan Frank. Against. Is Jordan? He's come? Okay. Welcome, Jordan.
Thank you. Sorry. It's Jordan Frank, Ward 2. So there's a scene in the Indiana Jones Raiders of the Lost Ark. It happens really early on, where Indiana looks across the desert, and he says to his colleague, "They're digging in the wrong place." Rental rates are too high. We're totally square on that. It's hard to afford the life that you need to have in the city of Providence. The data says that. But is that the problem, or is that a symptom? If you solve the symptom, you're putting ointment on a heart wound, not actually doing the surgery that you need to do. The root cause is a vacancy rate problem. We have a vacancy rate emergency in the city of Providence. A good target vacancy rate is 6.5%, somewhere between 5 and 8. We're at 3.2%. Statewide, I think we're at 2.6%, so you leave the city, it just gets worse. We haven't seen a 5 to 8% vacancy rate since 2014, where the 26 some odd years before that, we sustained that vacancy rate all but 2 years. We have a vacancy rate emergency. The good thing is we're building our way out of it. In the year 2025, there were 857 permits that were issued to build. In the year 2023, 439. That's nearly double. We are building our way out of this problem. Building your way out of this problem does work. It worked in Austin, Texas, where rents got really high. In 2022, an average rent in Austin, Texas was $1,673. 4 years later, with inflation, it was down to $1,355, back to inflation-adjusted rates of 2017. They built their way out. What happens with rent control? You put the brakes on the building. You put the brakes on saving people from higher rents, which is a symptom. Econ 101 is hard to believe it actually works, but when you take supply and demand and you add a rent control, you have a dead weight loss to society. That's a dead weight loss both to landlords and to renters. You can't get away around that. And does that really happen? Yes, it really happens. In St. Paul, it was mentioned, building permits went down from 1,600 to 332. In San Francisco, supply decreased 15%, rent increased 5%. In Portland, Maine, cost-burdened renters were 47% before rent control. They were 52% after rent control. It got worse. It feels so counterintuitive, it's hard to believe. But Providence rent control, it is a NIMBY policy. Not in my backyard. It says don't build here. What will happen? Builders will leave. They will go to other towns around Providence, or if they're smart, they're gonna go to neighboring states like Massachusetts, which had rent control and then banned rent control. And that puts them in a cast of one of 36 other states who have in fact banned rent control.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Again, if you want to submit your testimony, you could leave it with the Sergeant at Arms, and just leave it with the Sergeant at Arms over there, and he'll bring it forward to the clerk. Next person we have is E.B. Saldaña, 4, E.B. Saldaña. Come on.
Hi, members of the committee. My name is Elizabeth Saldana. I am a resident of Ward 5 and a Sistifier member. And I am here tonight in support of the rent stabilization ordinance. I support rent stabilization because I support stability and predictability in the rental market. I lived for 5 years in a beautiful apartment on the east side. We were exemplary tenants, never missed a payment, took care of the place, and I thought I had a good relationship with my landlord. But in 2022, he informed my partner and I that he would be raising our rent $1,000 a month, up from $1,950 a month. For those keeping track at home, that is a 51% increase. We did our best to negotiate with him. We tried to request a smaller rent increase, but he insisted that the market had changed since we moved in, and that he now needed to put the apartment at market prices. As a tenant, I had no recourse. I felt totally powerless to fight back. There was no one I could complain to. There was nothing I could do. My options were leave or be squeezed for another $12,000 a year. The 6 months that we ended up spending trying to buy a home in Providence were some of the worst months of my life. I saved every last penny for a down payment, and I spent every waking moment looking at real estate websites or going to open houses. Whether as a renter or as a buyer, finding a place to live here is a full-time job on top of the full-time job I already have. It exhausted me. Everything here was wildly overpriced or literally falling apart. I stopped sleeping and sincerely believed that I would not find a place to live. I was low-grade sick for months, and I was running a 100-degree fever when I closed on my home. What should have been a happy moment was a desperate race against a rent hike that I had no control over. Many of the people who oppose rent stabilization insist that a market solution is necessary to solve the problem of high rent. But in my experience, the market solutions that have been used in my life turned me out of the home that I loved, had been in for 5 years, and put me hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt for overpriced homes that didn't match the quality. I'll end by saying that this is actually the best case scenario for young homeowners and people looking to buy here. My partner and I have stable, well-paying jobs. We are squarely in the middle class and still face a 51% rent hike with literally no recourse. Most of the people in Providence are dealing with a lot worse. It is sad that that is the best that this city has to offer, a difficult, overpriced home market for buyers or being squeezed for every last cent as a renter. And it doesn't have to be like this. We deserve better. The people of Providence shouldn't have to rush major life decisions like buying a home, and we shouldn't have to anguish for weeks and months about where we're going to live because someone else decided they wanted more money from us. I love this city. Rent stabilization is about taking care of Providence by making it affordable for the people who do love it to stay. I urge you to vote in favor of this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next person is Joe Luca. Joe Luca.
Good evening, council members. My name is Joe Luca, realtor. I've been a realtor since 2006. I'm a housing educator and someone who works every day with renters, homeowners, and small housing providers across Providence and all of Rhode Island. I'm also president of the Providence chapter of the National Association of Hispanic Real Estate Professionals, and I speak on our behalf as well. I understand the intent behind rent stabilization. Rents have risen. Families are under pressure. Housing stability indeed does matter, but respectfully, this ordinance will make matters worse over time, not better. Rents will not go down, and this ordinance will hurt everyone. The facts show the truth. It never works in any form anywhere in the country. Providence does not have a pricing problem. Providence has a supply problem. This ordinance does not build a single new unit of housing. It does not reduce construction costs. It does not speed up permitting. Instead, it creates a complex regulatory structure that discourages reinvestment in the very small local rental properties that make up much of our housing stock. Most Providence landlords are not corporations. They are retirees, immigrant families, and local owners of 2- and 3-unit homes. When regulations make it harder to cover rising costs like taxes, like insurance, these owners can't absorb the loss indefinitely. What do? They sell. And when they sell, larger investors often buy, accelerating consolidation and long-term rent pressure. Research from cities across the country shows that consistent outcomes with rent control and rent stabilization, you have reduced rental supply, deferred maintenance, and higher rents in the uncontrolled market. If we truly want affordability, we should focus on policies that expand housing opportunity, allow more multifamily housing by right, reduce zoning barriers, speed up permitting, incentivize new construction and rehabilitation, and expand targeted rental assistance for households in need. Rent control treats the symptom, housing supply cures the disease. For these reasons, I respectfully urge you to vote no on the Providence Rent Stabilization Act. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next is Daniel Denvier. Daniel Denvier. Denver. 4. Welcome, Dan.
Thank you very much. My name is Dan Denver. I'm a co-chair of Reclaim Rhode Island. I live on Forest Street in Mount Hope in Ward 3. Rents in my neighborhood have increased truly dramatically over the past 5 years, speeding along spectacular gentrification that will soon spell the end of Mount Hope as one of the city's most diverse neighborhoods, a place where Black, white, Latino, Asian, working and middle-class families call their home. The landlord lobby argues that rent stabilization won't work. We know that's not true. If rent stabilization had been in place in 2020, just 6 years ago, Mount Hope families would have been stabilized. Our community would have been stabilized. And I really want to emphasize this because both sides of this debate argue over all sorts of things, cite different academic studies. There is no academic debate over whether rent stabilization achieves its core goal of slowing rent increases and stabilizing people in their homes. On my block, triple-deckers are being bought up by speculators, charging twice as much for the same square footage as longtime owner-occupiers. And you can tell which houses are which. The speculative absentee landlords, you can identify them right now because they're the homes where no one has bothered to shovel the sidewalks. Rent stabilization will keep people in their homes. It will also slow down speculation. It's runaway rents that we see driving landlords, corporate landlords like 02908 and Strive to gobble up properties all over this city. If this was about anything other than landlord profits, then why don't we see anyone but the landlord lobby here in opposition to this ordinance? Is rent stabilization enough? No. Supply does matter. The landlord lobby says this ordinance will stifle development. They point over and over again to St. Paul, Minnesota. We just heard from a representative of the mayor that this was a clear-cut, real-world example. That is false. Check out the Boston Globe. University of Minnesota professor Ed Getz just had an op-ed. He's one of the country's most eminent housing scholars, based right next to St. Paul, and he made it clear that this was an absolutely misleading example cited by RIPEC and now the mayor's office against rent stabilization. And anyways, it is very clear that sky-high rent is never going to incentivize sufficient development to solve this crisis. That's why we need to develop a new generation of mixed-income public housing. Finally, we know this is popular. A URI poll from last year, 72% statewide support it. In working-class progressive Providence, we know that is far higher. So the evidence backs this, and the people of Providence support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ryan Ferranti. Ryan Ferranti, against. Is Ryan Ferranti here? If he's coming, we'll fill it, put someone in there. Ryan Ferranti. Welcome, Ryan.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Ryan. I'm here with NAREP Providence. I'm the Government Affairs Director. I think we all can agree that rent control is intended to help the average person living in Providence. As a mortgage professional, I find rent control particularly dangerous to the health of our economy, housing market, and those who are looking to buy a new home, whether they are a first-time home buyer or a repeat buyer. Here are some consequences of rent control. It reduces the incentive for investors to build new units, decreasing an already short supply. Reduces the amount of investors buying and subsequently improving the properties through renovation. It also hinders first-time home buyers because we have to use the rents that are established and 75% of that in order to qualify those home buyers. So to conclude, investors are going to be discouraged from investing. First-time home buyers are going to be barred with higher barriers to entry. So what does this cause? This causes an increase in supply with a decrease in demand. So rent control can there's a very strong possibility that this will cause a housing crash for your constituents. I hope you take this into consideration. The well-being of Rhode Island depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dennis Hogan, 4. Dennis Hogan. Is Dennis Hogan here? Seeing none? Moving forward. Then we have, is it Michael Perry? Michael Perry, 4. Yeah.
Hey, how y'all doing? This is my first time here, right? And I could tell you one thing, this is not no AA meeting. You know, I'm a disabled veteran, right? And which I have a lot of mental issues, right? And one of the things that keep my depression and my PTSD and stuff like that down is laughter, right? But one thing I know is not a laughter matter is the high cost of rent. You know, I'm from Virginia, and I came down up here with the help of Operation Stand Down. And since I've been here, I lived in veteran houses, right? So I had no concern about the community and the high cost of the rent until I had to get custody of my 2 boys. I love my boys, and they 14 and 16. Well, now, this was like a year ago. And so I had to get them right then, and I had to move out of government housing into the community, right? And my rent went up 125%. You know, and it was shame. And you got 2 teenage boys, they eat a lot, you know. So, you know, it's hard on me. You know, it's hard on me. And I'm starting to realize that, you know, I can't afford it. As a matter of fact, I'm behind my rent right now, you know. Thanks for letting me say that.
Appreciate it. Thank you, and thanks for your service, sir. All right. Next person is Harry Belladue. Harry Belladine. Is Harry Belladine here? He's coming. Okay. As he makes his way in, just to remind everyone that you also could visit our website and submit your testimony to the city clerk at providenceri.gov. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, councilors. I wanted to just make a point about expenses, really, that over the last 50 years, the councils have increased taxes in Providence by approximately 4,000%. 4,000%. These increases over the last 50 years have greatly contributed to the rent increases in Providence. This proposal may be called rent control or rent stabilization, but as a matter of fact, as has been explained, by any other name, the proposal is actually for revenue reduction for the city. It should be rejected as a violation of the charter, which specifically calls for a balanced budget by expense reduction in Section 809. Property owners and managers are custodians of real estate, which is one of the most significant economic engines in Providence. Their stewardship enhances an essential source of the city's revenue. Yet, by capping the wealth of the city, this ordinance will reduce the value of the real estate sector of the city's economy. Follow this little set of notes. In simple terms, by approving this ordinance, councilors will cap revenue, which will retard investment, which in turn will reduce property values, which finally will reduce taxable revenue to the city. Yes, capping housing revenue will injure the very city that you all are committed to assisting. Rent control is a mistaken movement that will not help any of us. The charter in Article 8, Section 809, instructs the council to take certain steps to do the job of balancing the budget by reducing expenses, not by reducing revenue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Casey Grupionio, 4. Casey Grupioni. Welcome, Casey.
Thank you so much. My name is Casey Grupioni. I'm in Ward 1. I don't understand how we could possibly be debating choosing profit over people. Being a landlord is a job. You choose what you do for your profession. You choose your career. You don't choose to be a tenant. Who would choose to be a tenant and have their lives be decided on a whim by someone who has no incentive to care about them as a whole person? Everyone wants to own a home. That's the American dream. How can we prioritize profit over people? All I hear from the landlords here is threats. Threats they will raise the rent at the maximum every year. Threats that not making a profit will mean they will not maintain their units. Threats they will leave the city. Threats they will not be as benevolent and kind. Threats that they won't be able to maintain their historical properties. How is it my fault you made a bad business investment and can't afford your lead removal bill? The renters are asking for safety, dignity, and the right to have roots. Renters are vulnerable. If you can't afford your rent, you could become homeless. If your rental investment loses money, you sell it, you take a loss. You don't have to live in your car or crash on your friend's couch while still working a full-time job. Please protect the most vulnerable people in your ward. Lastly, we've heard a lot about Portland, Maine, and St. Paul, Minnesota. Let me name all the other cities in the United States that have enacted rent stabilization. New York City, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Oakland, Berkeley, San Jose, Santa Monica, West Hollywood, Washington, Tacoma Park. Please vote yes on rent stabilization.
Thank you. Next person, Linda Androni. Linda Androni. Linda Androni.
Yes, it is.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Against?
Thank you. Yes, I am against. After review of the above Chapter 13 housing below are my concerns, comments, and reply. I serve as a landlord, manager, and owner at 221 Waterman Street, which is also the address of the property. It's a Realty LLC. This property was built in 1930.
Can you just get closer to the mic, please? Thank you.
Okay. This property was built in 1930 and has been in our family since 1970. This property, main building, consists of 7 residential apartments. The rents range from $865 to $1,900. Rents are dependent on square footage and amenities within each unit. Rents include water, sewer, and oil, steam heat. Electric and gas for cooking is the tenant's responsibility. Due to the building's age, maintenance and updating is a yearly struggle. Adding to these expenses are taxes and insurance, which make a fair rate of return a challenge. My concern is the new restrictions, rate caps, may hasten the plan to sell this property. Many purchasers will review the options of a tear down, removing the affordable units that I already offer with more expensive choices. Our plan is to hold on to the property if it is feasible and pass this property on to my children. The act will hasten the plan and affordable options with more expensive choices. So finally, rent control may move the sale of the property, resulting in perhaps another high-rise, as my neighbors did on both sides of my property. I believe I have kept the rents at a reasonable rate. My taxes, along with insurance, maintenance, and water, sewer, and oil, are challenging the opportunity of the fair market return, even before the rate cap. So my answer is no to Providence rate stabilization. We have some good landlords out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Julia Troche Rosa. And as Julia is coming up, just reminding everyone that's coming in, if you want to speak, you can come in the front and sign in. So at this time, Julia Treche Rosa. Julia All right, moving forward. Oh, here we go. Welcome, Julia.
Hello, my name is Juvia Troche Rosa, and I am a renter in Ward 10. As many of us know, Rhode Island has been seeing one of the largest increases in homelessness across the country. According to the Rhode Island Coalition to End Homelessness, between 2023 and 2024, overall homelessness increased by 34.9%. Between 2024 to 2025, overall homelessness did go down by 2.8%. However, unsheltered homelessness went up by 15%. I keep hearing statements from people on the fence or against rent stabilization where they talk about how it will shrink the housing market or how it will lower construction in the future, but I never hear anyone talk about the present. I never hear people talk about the way our communities continue to be gentrified and forced to leave their neighborhoods we grew up in because all of a sudden rent increases or sales of their homes to corporate moguls price them out of their homes. No one wants to talk about the increasing number of us ending up on the street as a result of the current housing market. When I hear these constant discussions about how rent control will ruin new development, I can't help but wonder, new development for who? 5, 10, 15 years from now, the people who lived here for generations won't be able to afford the cost of these new buildings or these exponentially rising rent prices. Don't get me wrong, I'm not foolish. Policies should not just focus on the present. The future is just as important, and obviously we want more housing to be built in order to account for population growth. At the same time, rent stabilization is meant to be an ordinance to help the community. I think it's important to point out the simple reality that our community is struggling with rental prices and will continue to do so regardless of new developments unless some sort of protection is put in place for them. So often when I talk to other renters, I hear horror stories about having rent raised by hundreds of dollars every few months, and then upon attempting to move, being unable to find an apartment that is not only affordable, but even just in a decent condition. It's also worth mentioning that there are plenty of exemptions and fail-safes in place within the ordinance to account for rent stabilization concerns. Many landlords worry about being unable to raise rents after property taxes go up, but within the rent stabilization ordinance, there are clear steps to take in the event that property taxes increase by more than 5%. And the 4%, if they increase by more than 5% and a 4% rent hike isn't enough. Similarly, exceptions are in place for small mom and pop landlords who live in one property and rent out a second one. And for those who worry about reduced constructions, there are exemptions for rent stabilization for the first 15 years of new developments. I also want to point out some of the things I've heard today while I've been listening to other testimonies. Some people talk about how the 4% rent hike makes it so that there will be a definite 4% rise in rents and how it'll add up within the years. But there's a big difference between having your rent go up by 50% within 1 year and having it go up within 50% within several years. They also talk about taxes and property taxes going up. Rent prices factor into your property taxes. So shouldn't you want lower rents so that your property taxes go down? St. Paul.
Thank you very much, Juvia. Appreciate it. Next, I'm calling Joseph Paolino. Against? Paolino? Yes.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Paolino.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Joseph Paolino, and I'm a resident of Providence my entire life. I still think and always will believe that Providence is America's best city. But I'm here today to congratulate all of you. I think it's important that you have this debate, you have this dialogue. But I think the rent control issue is the wrong prescription for the wrong illness. Now think about the city of Providence. How do you generate your tax dollars for your budget, for schools and police and fire? You don't have the luxury that the state of Rhode Island has with the income tax. You don't have a sales tax. You have property tax. The real estate industry is not the enemy here. Times are, the pandemic is, the craziness that's been going on in Washington are problems. The high interest rates that we see today with banks, the high insurance rates that we see on property, the high electric rates we see that's going on in real estate today, in your homes, every single day. Those are the challenges you have. Now you have an opportunity. We saw the state of Rhode Island pass a $100 million bond issue. In fact, even more than that. I think it was $120 million. Have the members of the city council or the government here in Providence, have you sat down with the state and with the housing secretary and to see how that money can be invested in the neighborhoods of the city of Providence and how it's going to be affordable for the people? The city is talking about maybe doing a $25 million bond issue for housing yourself. Have you come up with any ideas on how that's going to be done? The state's looking to do another $100 million bond issue in the 2026 election. Are you sitting, working to try to come up with solutions for that? That you need to expand your tax base. What the pandemic did just to the office market itself. Ask Mr. Mancini here. All these big buildings downtown were once valued here, and now they're valued here. And there's a discrepancy. Who's taking that burden of taxes? It's going to the homeowner, and it's unfair. So I tell you now, or I suggest you, I don't tell you anything, I suggest you, be very careful on this. I think you have the wrong medicine for the wrong illness. And I believe that with everybody here, the residents, the contractors, the real estate people, the landlords, together, let's figure out collectively how you can get affordability in housing. But rent control is not the answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. The next is Jacob Kramer for it. Coming from the top, we're going to be calling Bruce Borowski. In favor? While Jacob makes it down. Is Bruce around? There we go. Thank you. Moving things along here.
Bruce Borowski, thank you for taking me tonight.
Can you get closer to the mic, please?
A little bit closer to the mic.
Yes, thank you.
Rent stabilization is a necessity here in the city of Providence. I have been able to talk to neighbors throughout the city, whether on the east side down to Admiral, down to Ward 5, Ward 14, Ward 3, 4, and 5, all the rest of them. I hear stories about rents going up $300 year over year, $300 over 1 year, $200, $400. These are the kind of stories that are going to continue to divide this city. The point is, of course, we could talk about how this is only going to increase the misery of those living in this city. But we can also talk about, of course, something that I've already seen in Atlanta, Georgia, after the 2008 recession. An overheated real estate market led to such dire consequences that it led to not only an overheating of a real estate market, but the floor falling out from under it. I saw houses that were 6 digits go down to $50,000, $40,000, $30,000 all over the city of Atlanta. I would hate to see that simply because of increasing an over-speculated market, simply to see the same thing here in the city of Providence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person is Jacob here? All right, come on, Jacob.
Thank you. My name is Jacob Kramer. I'm a renter on Camp Street in Ward 3. I grew up in Providence, and I've seen this city change a lot over the years. And gentrification has its perks. Like sometimes you get $7 donuts, which those are a treat. But housing's not a treat. And the galloping increase in rental prices comes at a steep cost in money, community, and human lives. I'm not going to go over the numbers because those have been quoted here, but just think that one number that really stands out to me In metro areas in this country, 36% of adults could not cover a $400 emergency. So that's what we're talking about when we're talking about these huge rent increases. I'm a social worker, and I see the consequences of these numbers. Most of my clients live on fixed incomes. I have one client who lives with his partner in a one-bedroom. 3 months ago, their rent jumped over 25% from $1,500 to $1,900. There were no improvements, just pure extraction. This client earns less than $1,000 a month on SSDI. He is on the brink of eviction, and so are thousands of our neighbors. And eviction is essentially like you can never rent again if you have an eviction on your record. It's over for you. I have witnessed the homelessness crisis firsthand. Rhode Islanders are crowding into shelters or are pushed into patches of woods or highway medians. People are at constant risk of exposure, hypothermia, and death. What's worse, Mayor Smiley has consistently gone out of his way to actively persecute unhoused people, bulldozing tent encampments in the name of, quote, public health. In 2024, 54 people experiencing homelessness died. Just last week, Irina Kozov, age 75, and her son, Stanislaw Kozov, 49, froze to death in the cold outside of the Miriam Hospital. They appeared to have been living out of their car. The unregulated rental market is literally killing our neighbors. And for what? For a return on speculative investment. The ruinous increases in rent are due to unregulated house flipping and huge neighborhood buy-ups by corporations. Corporate landlords effectively act as a cartel, hiking their prices in synchrony to maximize their profits. Providence should do everything it can to regulate this parasitic behavior out of existence. I also want you to think about who is here to testify and who is not. For instance, one of my coworkers works 3 jobs, and so she didn't have the time to be here, but she experienced a doubling of her rent over 6 years. And landlords who passively extract more and more money from working people are sure to come out if they feel like their future speculative profits might plateau. They have plenty of time to advocate for themselves. Some even have lawyers to do it for them. So
Thank you very much.
I'll just end with this. Housing is a human right, and we must always choose people over profit. I urge you to exercise power for justice and pass this legislation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Alexandra Gonzalez. Alexandra Gonzalez. Against. Up next will be Joe Stewart.
Good evening, council members. A lot of people are like, hey, Alex was formerly homeless. She's housed hundreds of people across the state. Why would she come out against this? There are many reasons I'm coming out against this. There are several people in this audience that I've developed relationships with. That is how I housed over 100 people, by creating relationships with landlords that actually have below market rent. So let me say this here. I live in Providence. I've lived here my whole life. I care about Providence, and I agree housing stability is a moral issue. Families deserve security. Kids deserve consistency. No one should feel disposable in the city that they grew up in. But we need to ask the honest question. Will this ordinance actually stabilize housing in Providence, or will the structural problem become worse? Problem has a housing supply issue. Our vacancy rate has hovered around 2 to 3% in the recent years. That is critically tight. There's nobody for anyone to move into. Economists generally consider 5 to 6% healthy vacancy rates. When supply is concentrated, prices rise. It's common sense. This is not ideology. This is math. Also, you guys can name every single county that this has ever been in. It's never worked. So we're going to implement a policy that has no absolute metrics or anything that we've ever seen it work. At the same time, small property owners, I myself who live in a low income, I am a tenant, owners are facing rising property taxes, which causes insurance premiums, in some cases have doubled since 2020. The maintenance costs that have increased 20 to 25 to even 40 to 45% because of inflation of materials and labor. These aren't corporate landlords in Manhattan. This is Providence. Most rental properties are 2 to 3 family homes, 4 to 6. They are owned by working class families. When policy increases regulatory burden without addressing supply, what happens? We've seen this in other cities. Small owners sell. They've all said it tonight. When we sell, we often sell to larger, bigger capitalized entities, and I'll get to the end. The bigger concern here is that if none of this builds not one unit of housing, this is what we need. Zoning reform to allow more density in appropriate areas. First-time home buyer program assistance so renters can become owners. I'm sick of renting. I deserve to own a home. Property tax relief tied to affordability commitments, direct rental support, and stabilizes tenants without destabilizing small providers. Investment in building, not just regulatory reforms. This is not a solution. This is a Band-Aid and a political move. We can go down to Kennedy Plaza and organize all the homeless people because it sounds good to them.
Thank you very much. Joe Stewart. Joe Stewart. Welcome.
Hi. My name is Joe Stewart. I live in the West End in Ward 13, and I am a member of Sister Fire. I'm here because I know from firsthand experience that housing instability prevents working class people from cultivating a true, dependable sense of safety and belonging, both of which we desperately need to sustain our ordinary, courageous, life-sustaining work in Providence. In the fall of 2024, my housemate and I began an apartment search with a reasonable combined income and spotless rental history. We toured dozens of small, badly repaired apartments with bewilderingly high rents. Our rental applications were rejected over and over again, citing our low income, despite it totaling 3 times the cost of rent. During those months, I lived between 3 or 4 homes of friends and family. I stopped sleeping. I was more depleted, desperate, and scared than I've been in my entire life. We've been settled in the West End for 2 years, but our landlord recently announced they'll be raising the rent this spring. I support rent stabilization because no one should be forced from their homes and communities by outrageous rent hikes. I urge you to pass this ordinance and protect working class people from landlords who manufacture a sense of scarcity and disposability in order to enrich themselves. I want safe, dignified living in long-term homes for all of us. Please vote yes on rent stabilization. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Shannon Weinstein. Shannon Weinstein against. Welcome, Shannon.
Someone left their phone.
Okay. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Shannon Weinstein. I'm a landlord, property manager, and realtor with almost 2 decades of experience deeply rooted in Providence. I am testifying on behalf of the Rhode Island Coalition of Housing Providers, a statewide organization that advocates for balanced housing and landlord-tenant policy. Quite frankly, the very serious consequences of this ordinance are above and beyond what can be addressed in this forum. It is also important to recognize that unintended consequences historically and repeatedly follow this policy wherever implemented, regardless of exemptions. The exemptions set forth in this ordinance are common practice. Rent control often excludes groups like new construction and owner occupants. You may be exempt from this ordinance, but not from its negative consequence. You will continue to hear from landlords' perspective tonight, but that is not our only viewpoint. Single-family homeowners will bear a disproportionate tax shift as multifamily properties' values decline. This happened recently in Portland, Maine, where property owners exempt from this ordinance incurred millions of dollars of new responsibility. Destruction of the tax base means city services will be reduced, impacting all residents. And while this ordinance causes massive tax revenue loss, it also costs millions of dollars to implement. The Rep Board, administration, and legal support needed would create significant staffing expenses. The passage of this ordinance would definitely invite extensive litigation that the city would be forced to defend. Additional power is also granted over a dozen times in this ordinance for the board to make additional rules and procedures as it sees fit. This ordinance and its associated costs are incomplete and lack transparency. No fiscal note has been provided, well, until today, very late, to show proper due diligence and responsible stewardship over constituent tax dollars. Everyone is aware by now of evidence showing the reduction of existing housing units due to rent control, and of course the decline of new construction regardless of exemptions. This is even true of Portland, Maine. And with the double loss of housing supply, who suffers? Tenants and even prospective home buyers. Data shows that housing costs overall tend to rise, and increased risk creates scenarios where exactly those this ordinance intends to serve struggle. Application requirements become more stringent and will not have enough housing supply to meet our needs. Many are still left out. This does not lower the rent. Lastly, we are disappointed that this extremely consequential policy is being based on an incomplete report. We commend the Housing Crisis Task Force for attempting to address the lack of affordability, but this simply cannot be done without all stakeholders present, especially those of the private market. In this report, public sector stakeholders set policy on private sector without representation. Landlords, property managers, realtors, mortgage bankers, and builders can provide some of the expertise missing from this report. There is room for all of us in this discussion. We urge you to vote no on this policy and instead opt for a results-oriented approach, including further zoning reforms, incentives, and targeted means-tested rental assistance.
Thank you.
We have submitted written testimony and are available to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kimberly DeCoupe. Kimberly DeCoupe for. Kimberly DeCoupe. Is Kimberly DeCoupe here? Move. Okay, great. Welcome, Kimberly.
Yeah, thank you. I was not expecting to talk, so I don't even have a speech ready, but I've been organizing the rent stabilization campaign for a while. Other people now have the reins, so I'm glad that it's coming up for a vote finally. Renters deserve some kind of relief, and I think it is very interesting hearing the landlords talk here. Oh, we've heard our threats, that they're gonna raise the rent if this comes up, that they're gonna sue the city, that they're gonna do all this other stuff, and that rent stabilization is gonna stop people from being able to build housing. And I guess my question is, if rent stabilization is what's gonna stop you from building housing, why haven't you built it yet, right? Please, I want someone to show me where is the building that's being built right now that's all for working people, right? That they can afford. We're talking about $30,000, $40,000, $50,000. Where are those apartments, right? If rent stabilization is stopping you, where are those apartments being built? Because it's a lie. You people don't want to build apartments for the people who live in Providence. You want to build apartments for people who make $100,000 coming out of Boston. That is what you want.
Can you also stick to the bill in front of us?
Well, yeah, but we also have to address what the opposition is saying, because the opposition in Rhode Island and Rhode Island Providence on the landlord side is tough. I mean, we see these people out there, they all have really nice suits, and I want you to look at who's coming up to testify, right? The people who are coming up to testify for rent stabilization, we're all younger folks. We can't afford to rent, we can't afford to buy. The people who are coming up here and saying that it's great that they can raise their rent $1,000 a month or whatever it is, these people are old. They bought their homes when Ronald Reagan was alive. That is the truth. And we need to pass this not only because we're in a crisis, but this is a very moderate policy, right? What we need to do is take housing out of the private hands. That's what we really need to do. You guys there's a lot of complaints about how this is so radical. You don't understand radicalism. Here in the United States, we actually used to have rent control and we used to have public housing, meaning you weren't allowed to just corner the market the way that is happening right now. This is a very moderate policy. I would advise the landlord class back there to actually take this before we move to real radical measures, like totally, making housing something that the public owns. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next person is Leslie Hand. Leslie Hand, against? Is Leslie?
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Leslie Hand. I started as a tenant in this city over 20 years ago. I'm now a property manager. I'm a small-time landlord, like many people that are in here. I don't see the black rocks and the big corporations. It's really going to impact the people like us. I'm a local investor in the Providence community. I stand here strongly opposed to the proposed ordinance. Rent control will literally choke off all investment into increasing the housing supply and into improving the quality of the housing stock that we have. When I first came to town, the very first property that we bought was a pit. And pretty much everything around us was the same. We decided to invest in the West End because we wanted to revitalize the properties over there. The East End was too expensive for us. And the properties were either blighted or really one step from being blighted in the West End. Providence is not unique. Like many post-COVID markets, rent increased significantly post-COVID. But for Providence, a one-time blip happened, the expansion of remote work, migration from higher cost cities like Boston. The bridge collapse didn't help. People started moving over to this side because their work was over here. And basically, we had a blip, rent spike that honestly, it hasn't happened for, I would say, we had people for 10 years that we hadn't increased, maybe even longer than that. So for the first time, we did make increases. We had to, because at the end of the day, there were other increases that were hitting us. Unavoidable costs that were way beyond what CPI was. Property insurance for us in the last 5 years have gone up 60% on our buildings. Property values have caused our taxes to go up 16%. Citywide, just in the last year, there was a 5.85% increase in tax, but the increase was disproportionately hitting rental apartments by targeting the 2 to 5 unit properties. Those are the properties that we owned. Now we're expected to shoulder the biggest brunt with an average 13% increase on our properties, triple what the whole city is, so a single family was less. Meanwhile, all the material costs and labor costs and everything else have also gone up. So the increases that we have made on our tenants haven't even covered the costs that we're covering.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Appreciate it. Chloe Castaneda, 4. Chloe Castaneda. Welcome.
Hey, thanks for having me. I think there's two things that I really want to say tonight. I could go on about a number of other things, but I grew up in St. Paul, Minnesota. Most of my family still lives there, and if I were interested in exploiting people, like I could benefit from a deregulation of rent stabilization there. But the fact of it is that I believe in rent stabilization. I believe that renters and tenants here in St. Paul and cities around the US deserve some kind of semblance of stability as we move forward. And another thing I want to, bring up is just that the opposition to this keeps saying that we, can't do our research and we don't know how to cite our sources. But the fact of the matter is that I am, a published research scientist. I have patents under my name, right? And I'm not the only professional researcher who supports rent stabilization, and we can do our due diligence. And so I implore City Council to please take seriously what the supporters are giving you, the numbers and the data that we're crunching, because we are doing the due diligence that the opposition claims that we can't. So just, think about the lives that you might be giving just like a little bit of protection to when you decide to support this. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Missy Rose Benson. Missy Rose Benson, against? Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm here on behalf of the Greater Providence Board of Realtors, and we oppose the stabilization ordinance now before the H.O.P.E committee. We share your goal. Providence needs more safe, attainable homes. However, this ordinance will move the city in the opposite direction. It will shrink rental supply. It will slow needed investment. It will limit mobility and choice. It will hit small owners the hardest, and it will create cost and complexity. Providence should not address root causes. Providence should address root causes. We encourage policies that approve more homes by streamlining approvals for infill, mixed use, and accessory units, and set clear, fast timelines, protect tenants from sharp spikes with targeted tools using time-limited safeguards tied to inflation and documented cost increases. Preserving existing affordable renters by offering rehab grants and tax abatements in exchange for reasonable rent commitments and code compliance. Reduce cost drivers by aligning fees, timelines, and utility connections to lower per cost units without cutting safety. We respectfully ask the committee to hold this ordinance and direct staff to return with a package that grows supply, preserves existing units, and protects vulnerable renters without capping prices citywide. Our members stand ready to help draft practical plans and deliver data on production costs and vacancy across Providence neighborhoods. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Michelle Salcillo, for. Michelle Salcillo. Okay, is it coming? All right, how about Tabika Fastrana Cabrera, o Cabrón? Ahí dice aquí. Tamika Eastman Cohen. Tamika? How about Jordan Tao? Jordan Tao. All right. Welcome, Jordan.
Thank you very much. Hello, folks. My name is Jordan. I'm a lifelong Rhode Islander and a resident of Ward 1. I want to put out a different perspective here, that as someone who has managed about 50 properties in the greater Providence area and been a renter, I'm in favor of rent stabilization. I used to be one of the folks who worked getting calls late at night about broken pipes flooding an apartment, and I know there are some mom and pop landlords out there who were shoveling snow late at night a few weeks ago. That's why I'm in favor of this ordinance, because it protects folks like that who just want to have something to invest in and pass down to their kids. I don't hate anybody for that. Despite that, I want to put something to us, that the radical perspective is continuing the status quo without rent stabilization. It's radical that landlords who have more than an owner-occupier does don't have anything stopping them from doubling the rent if they want, and they do in our city. That the radical fact is that our city of Providence is the least affordable metro area in the nation, and we have done so little to protect our renters. I think it's radical that our neighbors have died in the streets in 2026 here in our city. For that reason, I ask the council to consider rent stabilization as the right choice for Providence.
Thank you very much. The next one is Ronald Caleri. Ronald Caleri. He's against it. Ronald Caleri. How about Michelle Sumbrowski? Michelle Sumbrowski. Okay. Está bien. Welcome, Michelle.
Hello. As a resident, taxpayer, and disabled veteran, I am writing to express my strong opposition in the proposed rent stabilization measure. For many veterans, like myself, home ownership, small-scale property management were the only paths financially survival and stability for after our service. Can you finish reading that?
Instead of being supported, we are now being punished by policies that threaten our livelihood. I oppose this measure based on the following critical points. Financial hardships for mom and pop landlords, rent control historically fails to fix housing shortages and instead crushes small property owners who cannot keep up with rising maintenance costs, inflation, and property taxes. Government overreach. My private property and my financial life are not the business of the City Council. The council has failed to fix the city's core infrastructure issues, yet continues to demand more money, higher taxes, and more fines from citizens. Conflict of interest. It is deeply concerning that several members of this city council work for, sit on boards of, or volunteer for organizations that stand to benefit from these housing policies. This creates a clear conflict of interest. If no one on the city council is benefiting personally or professionally, why is there such a desperate push to pass this? Lack of transparency. This is a major policy shift that affects every homeowner in the city. I demand that you delay any vote and insist mail a comprehensive information packet to every homeowner in Providence, just as you do for tax assessments or for the information card sent out last year regarding undocumented residents. The homeowners of Providence deserve transparency and the right to defend their property rights. I urge you to vote this against the measures and focus on lowering the tax and fine burden on your constituents instead.
I'm 52 years old and live in a 5-generational house, and I am so close to leaving this absolutely disgusting city. All it has done is harm people in all sorts of ways: Black, Spanish, white, Chinese, Nigerian, Haitian, Laotian. Those are all my neighbors. You all can't get the education right, the housing issue problems fixed, mental issues, crimes. The list just keeps on going on, and everything that government touches, it absolutely destroys.
Thank you, Michelle. Thanks for your service. David Morales. David Morales. Welcome, Representative.
Thank you, Mr.
David
Chair and
Morales.
members of the committee. I am here proudly supporting the rent stabilization ordinance because the status quo of inaction is not working. The status quo of inaction has led to Providence having median rents that have increased by 40% between 2020 to 2024. We have watched as our city has become ranked the least affordable city in America for renters. And these are not just headlines. They have real-world consequences. Just 2 years ago, Providence Public Schools shared that over 300 Providence students were chronically homeless. These were working families that found themselves priced out of apartments that they used to call homes before spikes to their rent kicked in and they could no longer afford to renew their lease. This has become the norm in our city. Working families whose wages are not keeping up with the rising cost of rent. And so before us, we have an ordinance that has been well constructed to ensure that there is a layer of stability to guarantee that a modest 4% increase to rent be able to ensure that many of our families continue to call our city home. Because far too often we have watched as our neighbors, whether it is on the east side, whether it's in Silver Lake, whether it is on the south side, they are being priced out. In my 5 years as a state representative, the most common phone call that I receive is the question of whether or not a person's lease renewal that is now watching them pay $300 more in rent is legal. I get calls asking if I know of affordable apartments because this working family renting on Academy Avenue is now being forced to pay $300 more. And we've watched what the results are. Whether it's families going homeless or being priced out and moving to Woonsocket, to West Warwick, or to Pawtucket, the trend continues. People cannot afford to live in the city that they want to call home. As a young adult, I watched units that I used to live in spike to outrageous rent hikes. The one-bedroom apartment on Mount Pleasant Avenue that I used to rent back in 2021 went from $700 to now being listed at nearly $2,000. An increase of nearly just 200% in just 5 years. And that is the shameful reality that so many of our families are struggling with. And so I applaud Council President Miller and every co-sponsor on this rent stabilization ordinance. It was well crafted, it was well thought out to ensure that there were proper exemptions in place while also being able to account for spikes around property taxes. This is a reasonable ordinance, and I urge the committee to adopt it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Danny Vallejo. Danny Vallejo. Welcome, Danny.
Hi, how you doing? Well, going after him, huh? Okay. Which kind of works out perfect. Good evening, Council President and members of the Council. My name is Danny Vallejo. I was born in Providence at St. Joseph's Hospital. I've been a Providence resident. Today, the real estate office I work in operates here in Providence. I am a firefighter, a housing provider, and the father of a 3-month-old son, also born in Providence. I stand here respectfully opposed to this rent control ordinance. But before I go further, I want to read a brief scripture. Galatians 6:9-10 says, "Let us not grow weary in doing good, for in due season we will reap if we do not give up. So then, as we have opportunity, let us do good to everyone." That is stewardship. That is long-term thinking. Affordability matters. We all agree on that. But the question is whether this ordinance actually solves the problem. Providence has a housing supply issue. This policy does not create supply. It restricts it. When investment slows, when small housing providers exit, when maintenance gets deferred, when development becomes less feasible, the pressure spreads. It affects tenants, owners, neighborhoods, and the future growth. So I ask respectfully, who does this truly help long term? Especially during a campaign season, can we surrender self-glory and political positioning and instead work together toward durable solutions? Solutions that increase housing, protect tenants, and make Providence accessible for families who are invested here, not just transient, but those planting roots and building a future. Transparency matters. Public trust matters. When policies reshape an entire housing market, we must ensure there are no conflicts of interest or future incentives influencing votes. I have a 3-month-old son. I'm not waiting until he is older to prepare for him. I steward now. I build now. I invest now. We'll only plan for our children once they arrive? Or will we prepare the ground so they can inherit something stable? Genesis tells us we are placed in the garden to work it and take care of it. We are called to cultivate, not constrain, what has been entrusted to us. I am my brother's keeper, but I cannot do that if I'm not allowed to plow my fields and reap the harvest that enables me to serve others. For these reasons, I urge you to reject this ordinance. Let's pursue growth, let's pursue accessibility, let's pursue long-term housing solutions that strengthen Providence, a city that I love, for the next generation rather than restrict its future. God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you. We have Angela Ford. Angela Ford, welcome. 4.
Hi, members of the people. Oh, hi.
Welcome.
Hi, members. Hi, members of the council. My name is Lindsay Ford. I live in Mount Pleasant, Ward 5. And I'm here with Sister Fire. I have wonderful landlords who have chosen to offer me stable rent and transparency about changes. And renting from them has changed what living in Providence has felt like. My landlords consider the impact of their decisions on me, and their actions result in me feeling safe and valued. Despite living in Providence and renting since 2010, I can say now for the first time, Providence feels like a place I belong. My last apartment in Providence was a more common experience. Between 2019 and 2024, which is 5 years, my rent increased 4 times. I paid the increases, 3%, 4%, 10%, 21%, and I never missed a rent payment. But the cost to me was that I never felt safe where I lived. I loved my neighborhood, but in less than a year, maybe I couldn't live there anymore. How much more money would I need to stay? I had no idea. Why was the rent changing? I had no idea. As I became more connected with my neighborhood, lease renewal became a scarier and scarier time because the people and places that were important to me were at the mercy of forces that were unregulated and opaque. I work hard to be a good tenant, but I've always felt living in Providence more like a body in a room rather than a person that loves the city and brings value. Voting yes on rent stabilization isn't about suppression. It's about balance. Housing is a way to make money, but it is more than that. It is a place from which we get to our jobs and take our kids to their school. It's a place where we celebrate birthdays and our holidays and make memories that define our lives. Make memories that define our lives and keep the people we love the most safe. Housing is a container for the things that are priceless. And what does it mean if our city doesn't value them? Make no mistake, money matters, but our lives are short. And just as valuable is our time spent with people in the places we belong. And if we must leave our home, it's important that our city, our home, make sure it's justified and truly worth it. Thank you for your time. Please vote yes on rent stabilization. Best wishes.
Thank you very much. David Season. David Season. Against?
That's me.
Sisson.
That's me.
There you go. Against. Yep.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the Providence City Council. My name is David Sisson. I am an architect. I am a former resident of the city of Providence. And I'm currently in process of designing over 100 housing units in the city of Providence. Okay? That's not for me, that's for my customers, and it'll be homes for people who are going to live in this city. I work closely every day with members of, people who work for the Providence Building Department, for the Planning Department, the Zoning Department, and these are good, hardworking people who are working with us to produce more housing in the city. And I would like to say that I also work daily with all of you, because you, the members of the City Council, have passed some of the most progressive zoning ordinances in our state. And I've seen firsthand how those progressive zoning ordinances have changed the ease of producing housing in this city. If you'd asked me 10 years ago about the city of Providence, I would have laughed, because we were producing 0 housing units in the city of Providence 10 years ago. It's the hard work that you have done, the people in this room, that have made those changes. And some of those people are also members, are the folks at the State House. They've made some changes. Now, these reforms have had a positive impact: more housing, more construction activity, and more momentum towards addressing the housing shortage. But that progress is fragile, because nothing gets built when financing disappears. And I think we've seen a few people mention tonight that financing is a huge challenge when rent stabilization is enacted. Construction costs rise, insurance rises, property taxes rise, insurance rates fluctuate, but if lenders won't project stable revenue, they won't finance projects, and without financing, projects stop. When projects stop, contractors don't have jobs. Renters don't have jobs, I don't have a job, my employees don't have jobs. Existing buildings don't get maintained. Some of our work is maintaining those buildings. If you want long-term affordability, please work with the work you've already been doing on making housing easier to produce, so we can produce more housing and we can get costs down for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Molly Richard. Molly Richard. Just one, she's coming from upstairs. Just want to remind everybody that you could also submit your testimony. And we're going to call now Gloria Oviedo. Gloria Oviedo. While she makes her way down. Is it Gloria Oviedo here? Okay. Gloria Oviedo is not present at the time. How about Ada Turbid? Ada Turbid? Here we go. Please state your name, because I called about 3 names there.
Yeah, this is Molly Richard.
All right. Hi, Molly.
Okay,
Welcome.
Hi. So my name is Dr. Molly Richard. I'm an assistant professor in public health at URI. And I research the causes, consequences, and prevention of homelessness and housing insecurity. So I'm here in support of the ordinance. I live in East Providence, but I'm here on behalf of people that I know can't be here tonight, whether it's my friends who are unhoused, or my students who are working full-time, sometimes more in addition to their work, to help their parents pay rent, and I can see it impacting their education and well-being. So I submitted written testimony with a lot of research and resources, and I'm catching my breath from the stairs, but I'm gonna emphasize a few key points. So first, rent stabilization is a public health intervention. My own research shows that for every $100 in increase in median rent, homelessness, specifically unsheltered homelessness, increases by 28%. We've seen that lived reality in Providence. In the past month alone, we've heard this a few times, that 3 people died outside. We can invest in shelters and supportive housing, and we should, and we are, but without addressing rising costs of housing, we're bailing out the water from a boat that is still filling, and we really need to move upstream. Homelessness is only part of that harm. Rent burden is associated with food insecurity, depression, increased hospitalizations, especially among children, and even early death. This cost of rent is actively harming our neighbors' health right now. Second, and really importantly, from a public policy perspective, design of policy really matters, and it matters enormously when you're evaluating the research on rent stabilization. The current policy is moderate and carefully structured. This isn't the kind of failed policy, scary headlines that so many people are repeating. And AI, if you Google it, or whatever, is repeating. Yep. Opponents often cite St. Paul or Montgomery County, but these aren't fair comparisons. St. Paul's ordinance had no new construction exemption, a hard 3% cap, and its construction slowdown began before the law took effect. Montgomery County is an investor-dominated market of more than 1 million people. Its permitting slowdown corresponded with historic interest rates, and the federal cuts, the workforce cuts to the federal government employees, they've said how that impacted them. So we've looked at Maine. There's data on Portland, Maine in my testimony that shows that housing construction's actually increased, has remained steady. So the debate among researchers is absolutely not settled, even when we're talking about the recent examples, but also in the past. I linked to reports from economists from MIT, Columbia, UMass, Rutgers, and more that have publicly supported rent stabilization. There's letters signed by more than 30 economists recently. We know that these are not textbook Econ 101 models. Just like we had debated minimum wage, it's not reality. That used to be seen as radical, but today it's accepted as an important part of having a healthy community. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next, we have Angelo Capsimali. Yeah. Angelo, welcome.
Hey, thank you for having me.
I do.
My name is Angelo Capsimales. I'm a small landlord here in Providence. Me and my wife owned a couple of 3-family houses. I came here to speak today. I'm opposed to the rent control. You know, obviously, as we all know, rent control does not work. It hasn't worked in the past. It's not going to work in the future. You know, the market, you know, dictates the rent and also the expenses. And, you know, the expenses and the cost of doing business is what dictates the price. You know, unfortunately, having a 4% rent cap on the rent, for example, doesn't account with all the expenses that are involved in, you know, in a rental business. You have dozens and dozens of expenses that obviously those are not capped. You know, water, sewer, taxes, insurance, you know, electric or gas bills, maintenance, repairs, pest control, lawn care. I could go on and on, you know, snow removal, all that. And those are not capped charges. You know, there's also bigger things that come in unexpected, like you got to replace a roof for $10,000, $15,000, $20,000. You got to replace a heating system, a hot water tank. You got to renovate an apartment. You know, capping something 4%, for example, but you're not capping all the other expenses associated with that. Doesn't make any sense. It's not feasible. The math doesn't math. You know, so I just wanted to give you guys my input. You know, I'm a legal migrant in this country. I came here, you know, with nothing. I didn't speak the language. Me and my wife were able to buy some rental property to improve ourselves. And this policy is detrimental. This policy is against the American dream. It's going to crash the real estate market, definitely in the city. You know, obviously the valuations are going to go down. Property income is going to crash, and then we're going to put the burden to probably owner-occupied, single-family homes, and so on. So that's about it. I urge you to vote yes for housing, but no to rent control. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your testimony. Gloria Oviedo. Gloria Oviedo? How about, I know I called earlier. Angela, we got Molly Richard, Gloria Oviedo. How about Ada Turbid? Ada's not here? All right, we're going page 2 now. How about Francis Weber? Francis Weber. Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Fran Weber, and I'm a renter in Ward 3.
I'm here today to urge you to support the rent stabilization ordinance to protect the 60% of Providence residents who, like me, are renters, many of whom are financially burdened by rising rents and at risk of losing their homes. I moved to Rhode Island in 2022 from Arizona so I could pursue graduate studies in oceanography at the University of Rhode Island. We immediately, my partner and I, had difficulty finding housing that we could afford. We ended up in a small one-bedroom apartment in a renovated mill building on Atwells Avenue owned by Strive, but we had issues from day one. When we moved in, renovations had not been completed and never were. In time, we learned that about 1 in 5 units in the building were actually being used as Airbnbs. Noise and security issues related to the Airbnb units were never addressed despite dialogue with management. When we looked for housing elsewhere in Providence, the options were bleak. Old buildings with small units in poor condition were renting for over $2,000 a month. Many landlords will tell you that they need to be able to raise rents so they can pay to repair and renovate apartments. Rents have been rising precipitously since the pandemic, yet we did not see much evidence of investment in rental units when we were looking for a home in this city. Because rental housing stock is in such poor condition, competition for high-quality units is strong. And because of this competition, we felt we were in no position to negotiate rent, lease start dates, or repairs before move-in. We had to take what we could get. Our story has a happy ending. We found a lovely apartment in a triple-decker on Camp Street. We love our building and our neighbors. We've been here for almost 2 years and we'd like to stay, but we have an out-of-state landlord who we have little relationship with, and we live with constant anxiety that he will raise the rent. Though we think we are the kind of renters a landlord would love to have, there's nothing stopping him from raising our rent several $100s when our lease is up. Because we already put more than 1/3 of our household income towards rent, even a few $100s in increased rent per month would mean that our home is no longer in our budget. We would have to move out of our home and begin the difficult search to find a new one all over again. That's why I support the rent stabilization ordinance. It would give me and renters like me the peace of mind that our rents won't suddenly increase more than we can afford. We can plan to stay in our homes and be contributing members of stable communities. You will hear many landlords today say that this ordinance disadvantages them. I hope you will remember, however, that landlords are not disadvantaged people. Even a small landlord who owns several properties is someone with potentially millions in assets. All renters are asking for is reasonable protections against rising rents that provide the stability that property owners take for granted. Many landlords will also tell you that this ordinance will discourage investment in our community, but as my partner and I learned, investment is not created equal through our experience with Strive. I do support the rent stabilization ordinance because I believe it will protect tenants from raising rents, but we do also need investment, which is why rent stabilization is just one piece of the policy puzzle when it comes to achieving affordable housing for Providence. That's why I urge the council not only to pass this ordinance, but to continue to pursue a multifaceted approach to addressing the housing affordability crisis in Providence.
Thank you very much. Mike Pereira. Is Mike Pereira? How about Arif Hadid? Arif Hadid. All right.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Aref Shahade. I'm a first-generation Palestinian American, born right here in Rhode Island. I've lived and worked in Providence for 15 years. I want to start with why that matters and why it's relevant. Palestinians understand displacement. We understand that what it means to have your home taken from you, not by choice, but by forces beyond your control. And that is in my blood. So when I hear people in this room talk about housing as a human right, about the fear of losing your home, about dignity, I don't just understand it politically, I understand it personally, and we share those values. But I'm also a property owner, and over the last 3 years, after analyzing what I've had for rents, I've raised my rents a collective 0.7%. And I'm not here to fight against tenants. I'm here because I've spent weeks in the city's own data, compared Providence to cities across the country, and what I found, I think, explains why rents are rising faster than really anywhere else in America. So this ordinance assumes every property owner is the problem. It doesn't distinguish between the operator who hasn't raised rent in 3 years and the one who raises it every 6 months. It doesn't distinguish between the owner who reinvests in their building and the one who lets it fall apart. It treats us all the same. And the ones who get hurt are the ones doing it right, because we're the ones with the thinnest margins between what we can charge and what we could charge. And remember, this is Providence. This isn't Manhattan, San Francisco. The property owners in the city, we don't have teams of lawyers and lobbyists. We don't have Wall Street capital behind us. And many of these families, like myself, are immigrants. So people who saved for years to buy a building because that was the path available to them. And again, this isn't fighting Blackstone. It's hitting and fighting against your neighbors. Regarding the housing supply, everyone in this room agrees on one thing, that Providence needs more housing. In 2004, the General Assembly passed the statewide ADU legislation that requires every municipality to allow accessory dwelling units. The entire policy direction of the state is add housing, add density, convert attics, build out basements, add units to existing buildings. That is the fastest, cheapest way to create housing in existing neighborhoods without displacing anyone. Now look at what this ordinance does to that exact same activity. Section 13-72, C3. If I take an existing building and add a unit, convert an attic, finish a basement, that new unit is immediately subject to rent control from day one. Those are new units. The rent board reviews the initial rent, full regulation, no exemption. So think what this means. The city's zoning reform says to add units to existing buildings, and this ordinance says if you do that, you're regulated immediately. You're punishing exactly the kind of small-scale, neighborhood-level housing creation that every level of government is trying to encourage. You've heard the headline that Providence has the fastest-growing rents of any major metro in America. The answer in that data is that Providence has the highest residential to multifamily tax disparity in the entire state, 3.48 to 1 compared to 1.36.
Thank you.
That's 60% of the renters who shoulder all the burden. We need to focus on the single-family owners who pay a significantly lower tax rate than everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Dennis Hogan. Dennis or
Yes.
Denise? Dennis Hogan.
Yes.
Welcome, Dennis.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the opportunity to address you all today. Councilors, if, like me, you're a fan of the now classic TV show The Sopranos, you might recall that at one point, Tony turns to his son, AJ, and gives him some excellent advice. He says, "Buy land, AJ. God's not making any more of it." And I think the truth here is that it reflects that real estate is good business. It's always going to be good business. And that's the reason why so many people are interested in getting into this business. And that's why I chose to buy a home myself in Ward 2, where I live in an owner-occupied house with another unit. Now, the reality is that no amount of regulation that you pass, especially not this bill, is going to change the fundamental good sense of getting into the real estate business. And so what's really at stake here is whether you have the power to issue regulations that limit profiteering. I so strongly support this rent stabilization ordinance because my costs as a homeowner are relatively controlled. My mortgage is predictable. It doesn't change year to year. Yes, there have been costs associated with maintenance. Yes, there have been costs associated with rising taxes, but fundamentally, I can plan long-term to stay in my home, and I can plan long-term to afford my home. Now, my tenants have the same predictability because I don't ever raise that rent. But there's nothing stopping me right now from deciding that the market will bear a much higher cost and kicking out people who've lived in the neighborhood now for 6 or 7 years and who are saving so that they can get their own start in life and someday buy a home themselves. I think all renters deserve that same deal, and I think all of our neighbors in a city where the average income is less than $70,000, where 20% of our neighbors live in poverty, deserve the same protections that homeowners get, the same fairness, the same predictability. Now, I just want to address in the time that I have left a couple of quick things. First of all, I think there's a difference between the kinds of market goods that, are luxuries that are optional and the kinds of goods that are necessities. And I think by right, they're subject to much stricter forms of regulation. We regulate what's in the food. We regulate healthcare. We need to regulate the housing market because right now, it's so out of control that people are really suffering. We've got a housing crisis. We've got a homelessness crisis. We've got an affordability crisis. And very unfortunately, we've got a greed crisis. Now, the other thing I'll say is that, often the debate comes down to whether we should regulate the housing market or whether we should build. But I've lived in Providence now since 2014, and for most of that time, there's been talk about housing unaffordability and a rising cost of housing, and I'll just finish by saying we haven't built. If we don't pass this, things go right back to baseline. We're not going to build. There's nothing in this ordinance that stops us from continuing to build and expanding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dan Esterkin. Dan Esterkin, against.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dan Esterkin. I own and operate apartment communities on the east side of Providence. Housing affordability is a serious issue, and I appreciate the council's focus on it. I would like to share several potential unintended consequences of the proposed rent stabilization ordinance. First, I encourage the council to consider the substantial body of empirical research on rent stabilization. While these policies can benefit some tenants in the short term, study after study shows they reduce the overall supply of rental housing and lead to lower quality housing over time, ultimately worsening affordability, not improving it. Housing economists have reached a long-standing consensus: when rent growth is artificially constrained, the housing market contracts. Fewer units are created and housing quality declines as investment falls. In fact, research has shown that rent-controlled properties are significantly more likely to be converted to condominiums, permanently shrinking the rental housing supply. We are already seeing how these incentives shape real investment decisions. Even with a temporary exemption for new construction, buyers will discount property values knowing rent growth is capped at 4%, and many will choose to invest in markets with more sustainable economics. Meanwhile, operating costs such as insurance and property taxes have been rising well above that level. When revenue cannot keep pace with expenses, capital flows elsewhere. The same is true for projects that add new units. These projects just don't pencil out. The result is simple: fewer homes get built and fewer units get added at a time when Providence needs more housing, not less. Second, and somewhat counterintuitively, this ordinance may lead to more consistent rent increases for residents. Historically, rents rise and fall with operating and market conditions, sometimes increasing modestly, sometimes not at all. But if a 4% cap becomes the standard, many housing providers like us will feel compelled to implement the max allowable increase each year to hedge against future cost spikes. Ironically, tenants could face more predictable and higher increases than they otherwise would. Finally, Providence has an aging housing stock that demands continuous reinvestment. These improvements are not optional. They are part of responsibly and properly operating older housing. When rent growth is capped, owners may have little ability to recover these costs. Over time, this creates a strong incentive to defer capital improvements and housing quality declines as reinvestment slows. This creates a potentially dangerous dynamic. Policies intended to protect residents may unintentionally discourage the very upgrades that make housing safer. It also complicates compliance with lender and insurance requirements, both of which increasingly demand meaningful capital improvements. Well-intentioned policy can produce unintended consequences. When rents rise, developers respond by building more housing, and over time, supply helps moderate prices. We have seen this in cities like Austin, where rents decline materially and continue to decline.
Terry Wright. Terry Wright.
Good evening, City Council, City Council President. My name is Terry Wright, and I am a long-time tenant, and I live in South Providence, South Side, Ward 11 to be exact. I was also born and raised in Providence. I am also a housing advocate for the homeless and unsheltered population right here in Providence. Every day, I work at the intersection of the rent is due and the shelter is full. I am here to tell you that these two things are the same crisis. And the truth is, this is not how we play Monopoly. And we are not pieces on a Monopoly board. We are tenants and families who solely depend on our landlords and our property owners in the city of Providence to make sure that every tenant and every family live in clean, dignified apartments that they can afford. Everyone isn't a high-wage earner, but we are all essential to the fabric of this city. Rent stabilization is a tenant protection policy, not a construction policy. Not a policy that will stop housing development. How can we all stand around and put a price on human value? I ask the question, where do people go when they have no place to go due to rising rents? Without rent stabilization, we will see the decline of our neighborhoods. When families are displaced, our schools lose students, our local businesses lose customers, and our streets, lose the people who actually care for them. This is where property values truly sink, when a neighborhood becomes a revolving door for strangers rather than a home, and not because tenants have protections such as rent stabilization, but when the livelihood of tenants becomes this numbers crunching game to cause more systemic harm. I am asking you to protect the stability of the families who helped shape and are still building our Providence.
I'm sorry, if I could just ask you to wrap up.
Okay. Well, I certainly don't want to become another neighborhood statistic. None of us do, but this is what's going to happen if rent stabilization is not passed. Thank you all.
Thank you. Dominic Passarella. Dominic Passarella. No? No Dominic? James, is it Height? James Light? Height.
Yeah, I'm not going to testify.
Okay.
Sam Levy? Sam Levy?
Good evening. My name is Sam Levy, and I'm not a very good public speaker. So I'm just going to I got some notes that other people have said things better than I can. But this bill seems to be like a blank check with too many to-be-decideds in it. And I don't know of any lawyer that would say, just sign this piece of legislation and we'll decide what's in it later, as far as that goes. And to the people that think landlords are rich and all have suits, Well, my suit's at least 10 years old. It was given to me at that point in time, and that's the only one I got. And as far as I'm concerned, this is taking away my property rights as a landlord and a homeowner. I started off sleeping on somebody else's floor, worked 2 full-time jobs, well, actually over 2 full-time jobs. And at one point I was working 5 jobs to be able to get the house that I own. It's a 2-family house. This is totally against capitalism altogether. I think if there's a cap, it's going to deteriorate property in general, and it's going to increase the criteria for any tenant coming in. I've taken plenty of chances on tenants before, and I will not take those kinds of chances again. If there's any kind of chance that the city can say you can't get rid of this tenant for whatever reason, I will start things with, the FICO, your FICO score is going to have to be 750, 10 years on the job. That's extreme, but you get the point. If you're going to do this to landlords, then what are you going to do to the lawyer, the social worker, the carpenter, the doctor? You're going to limit their income? The person that puts money in the stock market, are they limited to 4% a year, or are you going to take it? My rent's on my income. I'm retired. If you limit my income, who else are you going to limit? And are you going to tell the carpenter that wants to sell his business, you have to sell your tools to the city first, or to your customer first? I mean, at what point do you stop taking? Again, I'm very much against this. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Francis Weber? Francis Weber? Okay. Hopper Kean? Hopper Kean? Hopper. Hopper Kean for 4.
Harper Keene 4. Thank you. Hello, my name is Harper Keene. I'm a tenant and small business owner in Ward 13. Many of us were here when the bill was introduced. Hundreds of people on the stairs, stomping and chanting, "Melt ice, freeze rent." You could feel the building shake. Inside, a developer type in a blue suit chanted back, "Buy a building, charge what you want." Cartoonishly villainous on a day when people could freeze to death outside, but also refreshingly honest. The core tension in our debate is between 2 answers to the question, what is property for? On one side, so well represented by the man in the suit, property is an instrument of individual freedom. Owning things, including buildings, is how people exercise autonomy, build security, and pursue a good life. Interference with that is a kind of violation. This view is so dominant in American political culture that it often goes unstated. It's the water we swim in. On the other side, some things are too essential to be left to the market. Housing is one of them. When something is a genuine necessity, not a preference, not a luxury, but a condition of survival and dignity, then the logic of the market, charge what you can get, becomes extraction rather than exchange. From this view, housing policy should be organized around human welfare, not return on investment. This second position feels counterintuitive not because it's fringe. It's enshrined in the UN Declaration of Human Rights, and most wealthy democracies treat housing as a public good. It feels radical because property rights aren't just protected here, they're treated as almost sacred, prior to other rights. The fight over rent stabilization is partly a proxy war over whether that premise should go unchallenged. The landlord lobby doesn't need to explicitly argue that their right to profit should come before others' right to shelter, because the legal and cultural infrastructure of our country already assumes this to be true. The pro-tenant side has to argue against an invisible default. Is housing an asset or is it infrastructure? Infrastructure serves everyone. We don't let private owners charge whatever they want for roads or water. The question is whether housing belongs in that category, and in Providence, we've largely said no. Yes, there will be unintended consequences. There always are when you intervene in a complex system under pressure. This worries me too. But we are in a crisis, and the cost of inaction is also a choice with consequences, ones we've already seen. The question isn't whether this bill is perfect, it's whether doing something is better than doing nothing while we wait for a perfect solution that the market has no incentive to provide. New construction in an unregulated rental market will only make the market bigger, increasing profits for owners while doing very little for tenants. We need both construction and regulation, which this bill makes possible. But nothing will change if nothing changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam Levy? Against? Okay. We already called him. How about May Gamino? May Gabino? How about Lois Latian? Lois Latian? May's here? Well, May, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it, ma'am. I'm going to address that. So what I do is a for and against, and there's a whole lot of people in columns. So I'm trying to go in order. So you will be called, though. Welcome, May.
Hi, I'm a little out of breath. I was downstairs.
It's okay.
Speaking with Sue, as a matter of fact. So I'm a small landlord, and I mean small. I own one unit. It's a condo. It's on the east side. I also own a single-family home that I share with my wife. And it's difficult for me to oppose this ordinance because the horrible behavior of a lot of landlords is kind of grouping all landlords. And I see, as the ordinance is written, there are carve-outs, and I think that you folks are really trying to work and figure out a solution. And I think that there are other ways that we can approach this, and I don't know whether that's through more money in enforcement, a better system to track who is abusing tenants and not making improvements that need to be done. But as the ordinance is currently written, it's difficult for me to support this. And again, I'm just speaking for myself and someone else who can't come this evening. We're not owner occupied. I have this one condo that I bought in the 80s when I was in my 20s. And the plan was to pay it off, and then as I got older, to be able to use it to help in my retirement, and then have an asset at the end of it. And so for me personally to be grouped with like these larger landlords, that I'm going to have have this limit on what I can increase, when in fact I actually charge below market rent. The person living in my unit is a RISD professor. She's been in there for 5 years, and I hope she stays. I just would ask that you speak to more people like us and some of these other, actually a lot of women who have come up here and said, look, I no longer live in my unit, but my situation is such that a limitation on what we're able to do, we already place that limitation on us because we prize our relationship with our tenants. We prize our relationship with Providence. We live here. We're longtime residents. And I just think that I know this is a starting point with what you folks are doing, but I would encourage you to have more people like us come and sit with you and really try to sort a way where we can remedy the people who are being exploited. We can figure out ways to do this. We can look at large landlords, and they have economies of scale, right? And so maybe they can absorb some of these hits. But we're small landlords, by and large, we're already regulating ourselves. Please don't ask us to be further limited by uncertainties, especially when we rely on this to help us make our ends meet too. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Shandell Wilson. Shandell Wilson. About Justice Gaines 4.
Good evening, counselors of the Hope Committee and the other counselors who are present. Thank you for being here. My name is Justice Gaines. I'm a tenant living in Southside Ward 11. I'm an organizer and member of Sister Fire. I've lived in Providence for over 13 years, and in that time, I have watched rents double. Today, I'm writing in here to support rent stabilization. I live in Providence because I love its people. The people of the city have welcomed me, nurtured me, and my growth, and treated me with dignity and respect. Providence is where I found my chosen family, where my creative community is, and where I found my sense of self. Providence is my home. Yet during my time in Providence, many of my beloved community who were born and raised here have not been able to stay in the city. From 2018 to 2022, I was working at an organization supporting queer and trans youth of color at the transitional ages between 18 and 22. Every week, at least one youth reached out to me for help paying rent or to find a new place to live. Many of these young people, again, born and raised in Providence, were forced to move to Pawtucket, Edgewood, or even Woonsocket to find stable, affordable housing. Meanwhile, as their rents increased, they still had rodents, mold, and water issues that would go unaddressed. At Sister Fire, we found these stories are only increasing. Women and non-binary people of color in this city are becoming more and more dependent on mutual aid networks, GoFundMes, and the goodwill of their neighbors to remain in their homes. Families are choosing between buying groceries and paying rent. People are working 2, 3, even 4 jobs to afford housing, leaving little to no room to be with their loved ones. Is that the city we want? A city where we are too busy struggling to afford our roof that we have no time to spend and care for each other. It's not the city I want. Providence could be thriving if renters weren't so burdened by unfair costs and unsafe living conditions. The people of Providence deserve better. The people of Providence deserve more than a living crisis that an unhindered market created. On the opposition, we hear that folks won't maintain their properties if rent stabilization happens, but the slumlords and property management companies aren't maintaining them now. They say it's dangerous to the health of the economy, but housing instability is dangerous to actual people's healths. They say it won't freeze or lower rent, and I am for freezing or lowering rent. Rent stabilization is the moderate solution. Every solution that benefits the opposition benefits their bottom line, but it does not keep people housed. The people of Providence deserve a city that keeps us housed, safe, and in community together. Keep Providence a great city by keeping Providence residents housed. Pass rent stabilization, an ordinance that prioritizes the dignity and safety of tenants and renters in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We have Lois Letien about Christopher Smith.
Thank you for letting me speak. I'm a small landlord in a city right next door, and the reason I'm here is because I don't want to see this go through or
Can you restate your name, please?
Christopher Smith.
Okay.
So as I was saying, I want to put this on a personal level because I am a small landlord. I am an owner-occupied landlord. I only own one property. As of recent, my mortgage, which I still have a mortgage, I have 10 years left to pay on it, with tax increases, which are amortized, went up $400. Because I live in the property, I split the cost with the tenant. I'm absorbing 200 of it. The tenant is absorbing the other 200 of it. Under a rent control policy with a cap at 4%, I would have only been able to up their rent $90, and I would have had to eat another $110 on top of the $200 cost that I am now being incurred. I understand that the city of Providence has slightly lower taxes than we do, so I would be looking at a $174 increase, which is still sizable when you're paying a $2,500 mortgage, taxes and insurance. I also find it a little odd that members of this council are proposing a 4% rent cap increase when you couldn't live within it. You're increasing your taxes on property almost 6%, 5.85%. It doesn't make sense. This policy isn't fair. It doesn't work. Rent control doesn't work. It's never worked. You can call it rent stabilization or whatever you want. It's the same thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have now Noax Shibu Shirva. Okay. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name is Naoko Shibusawa. I'm a member of Reclaim Rhode Island, but I'm also a Brown faculty member in the history department. I mentioned my academic credentials because last month in this very same chambers, a council member chided supporters of rent stabilization because he said that we weren't doing our history, we weren't doing our research, right? That we didn't know what we're talking about. He stated that the history of rent stabilization in Minnesota suggested that rent stabilization does not work. But we've done our research, we know our history, but I'm not giving you a history lecture, be happy about that. But I do want to talk about research. I know that other councils are interested in studies about rent stabilization and how it may impact our city, right? So as a scholar, I'm speaking to remind you all that not all research is good research, right? Not all research is properly done. So for instance, the oft-cited working paper on St. Paul, Minnesota, which was mentioned by both the speakers at the very beginning of the session, about rent stabilization is based on faulty data. This 2022 paper by Ahern and Gio Coletti makes the claim about a decline in property values due to rent stabilization, but their conclusion rests on insufficient empirical evidence. They were unable to show what the trends were prior to rent stabilization, and they had only one post-rent stabilization episode to make a comparison, right? And this is not enough to actually draw any sort of conclusions. In other words, they lacked the empirical evidence to make a statistically valid comparison. Professor Ed Gutz, the director of the Center for Urban and Regional Affairs at the University of Minnesota, points out that this paper is actually unpublished. It's a working paper, it's unpublished, and he thinks that that's because it's unpublished, it's not published in a peer-reviewed journal, right? Because he believes that it's mostly due to its invalid quantitative analysis. This other sort of thing that was also mentioned by one of the speakers at the very beginning about rent stabilization hurting renters is even more, it also comes from the studies, even more absurd, based on no evidence from renters or from landlords. Others opposed to rent stabilization have argued that this dramatic drop in new housing construction in St. Paul, but Professor Gutz points out that this decline in the decline actually happened before the stabilization passed. It also happened before, it actually went into effect in 2022, and actually even started to happen before it was even introduced as a campaign in St. Paul. All right, so in short, this drop about the cause of new construction is also wrong. So we have to be discerning about the research. We can talk about research, right? People talk about studies, but please know what you're talking about. So I just want to end to urge you as all members of the Democratic Party to think about which side you're on. The vast majority who are renters in the city, what's more important, preventing neighbors from freezing to death or making it easier for someone else to make another investment? What's more important, making houses in Providence more within reach of first-time homeowners?
Thank you,
or to continue to make Providence a bonanza for outside investors? And so I'm just please thinking about, as Democrats, please think about what side you're on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dylan Conley. Oh, wait, yeah. Yeah, Dylan Conley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the Providence City Council. Thank you for hosting this debate this evening, this discussion. I think the effects of an inflation crisis can be devastating to family budgets. When the cost of living goes up, something has to give. I understand exactly why the city of Providence would want to give working families a 5 or 6% break in the face of challenging economic times. I am, of course, referring to the 1989-1991 cost of living adjustments awarded to union pensions as a result of the 1980s inflation crisis. History does not repeat itself, but it rhymes. Those Cianci-era cost of living adjustments granted to a key constituency that were genuinely hurting financially, they helped people. They were also election-driven. And yet the city of Providence has never financially recovered from that 5% cost of living adjustment. We cannot adequately fund our schools or maintain our roads or stormwater infrastructure or maintain our buildings because of that 5% cost of living adjustment in 1989. Rent control is fundamentally just a cost of living adjustment. The cost of rent adjustment is understandable, just like Cianci's cost of living adjustment was understandable. But ironically, in a sort of Greek tragedy sense, I believe that rent control will solve our pension crisis. Rent control will solve our pension crisis by bankrupting the city. It will force the union retirees to give up their pension benefits. In the same way that a 5% cost of living adjustment compounded until it was a financial liability the city could not afford, a 4% rent control will compound. Loss in multifamily property values hurts revenue. Reduction in multifamily rehab hurts revenue. Mass conversion to condominiums, moving multifamily units out of the commercial tax rate into the residential tax rate hurts revenue. The end of multifamily investment really hurts revenue. I do not say this derisively. I say this because I understand politics. Our schools need money. Our pension liability is massive. But those are inconvenient realities someone else can deal with after the election. Rent hurts today. I'm asking the council to consider our history and answer this question. Is rent control just another cost of living adjustment that our city cannot afford? Thank you.
Thank you. Clay Thompson. Four.
Hello, Clay Thompson. Up until this past fall, I lived in Fox Point, a neighborhood with a long working class history, immigrant history, and that has been changing drastically in these past number of years. My apartment, the rent went from about $1,200 a month, and in only 4 years, it reached over $1,700. That's more than 4% a year. It was tough. I made it work because I love Fox Point. I still do. I miss it every day. Last fall, I got the news that my landlord was selling the apartment. I knew what that meant. I checked the asking price. My rent was going to go up. I couldn't afford it. I started preparing, expecting a 60-day notice of rent increase any moment in my mailbox. And I could not find a single place in Fox Point in my budget. I could barely find anything in Providence in my budget. And then the letter came. 30-day notice of lease termination. It was more profitable for my new landlord to kick me out of a home I'd been in for years than to even try and ask if I could pay whatever absurd number they had in mind. I am no longer a resident of Providence. I was displaced, like many others have been. Let me be clear. My support to this bill is critical. It is far too conservative and limited, in my opinion. But it is something. It is something that if it had been passed 5 years ago, I might still be in that apartment in Fox Point with my same neighbors in those same streets. What we really need to do, though, is freeze the rent. So that way the workers of this city, the ones who have built it, the ones who have maintained it, the ones who make it run, can finally and peacefully continue to live in this city. Please pass this. I know these housing scalpers behind me disagree. I do not care what they think. This is something, and I implore you all to do even more. Thank you.
Thank you. Cameron Mokin. Cameron Mokin. Come over here now.
Good evening, Providence.
Welcome.
Chair.
Can you state your name, please?
My name is Cameron Moquin. I'm proud to say that I live and work in the city of Providence, and I live on the west side, on Westminster Street. In Providence, we know we have an instability lifestyle here. It used to be that 30% of your income went to your housing. Now, in order to do that at $2,100 for rent per month, you need to make $85,000 a year. The median renter's income is currently $43,000. That leaves them about $500 left after all rent and utilities are paid at the end of the month. That's not enough for groceries, let alone medicine. And that's the median. 2/3 of all Providence renters are still under that threshold, 85,000. They're all trying to make ends meet, and they're having a hard time doing it. I meet families like this every time I go to work on the Providence Fire Department, work on the rescue. And you see these parents working multiple jobs just trying to make ends meet. And you know that they're struggling to get the food on the table. And the first thing they cut is their own medication. They can't take their insulin. They can't take their blood pressure medication. Next thing that happens is they're in the ER. This is the human cost of inaction on rent stability. Rent stabilization is so important. The people who died outside of Miriam Hospital in their car is the human cost of inaction on rent stabilization. This ordinance does not punish honest business. It protects tenants from landlords and management companies that treat them like a disposable line item. I support this ordinance because it gives tenants leverage. It creates a rent board that can take complaints, hold hearings, roll back unlawful rent hikes, order refunds, and impose fines. Those are real tools. That is real progress. And it builds on the City Council's earlier work to ban rent setting algorithms. We need action that is clear. We need action that is fair. And we need action that is enforceable. We shall not normalize the displacement of our fellow residents, but instead we need to operationalize policy for the containment of this affordability crisis. I implore you to please support this ordinance. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Daniel Harkins. Daniel Harkins. Welcome, Daniel.
Thank you for having me, everyone. My name is Daniel Hankins, but please call me Cole. I figured government name in a government building. So, yeah, I'm a renter in Providence. I just learned on Google that I am on Ward 11. So that's Pine Street around Broad Street area. And I'm also an actor and a teaching artist. And I work with folks that are struggling with substance use disorder. And I teach a lot of kids around here, too. And as someone that is also in recovery, I can't tell you how hard it is for somebody to be in recovery with housing hovering over their head. One of the main studies in recovery sciences is that if you have proper housing, you're gonna have a much easier time getting through life itself, let alone crippling addiction, let alone crippling debt. And as many of the artists in this city know, while I'm proud to say that I work consistently and professionally in my fields, the reality is that can't pay all my bills. I myself have to work multiple jobs between food service, delivery driving, theater, and teaching. And it's hard, it's rough. I put in the hours, and as much work as I do, month after month, year after year, it's still not enough. I am behind on most of my bills, including my rent. I'm putting up 70, 80% of my monthly income just to keep a roof over my head. And I'm constantly behind. But not only am I behind, my entire neighborhood on the south side is suffering. Every day I walk out of the house and see my neighbors on the south side freezing in tents, asking me for change to take the bus to work, asking me to get them a sandwich at the gas station because they can't afford to live. And you don't have to take my experience for this. We've heard so many different statistics today on either side of the board. Rent stabilization is something that can help mitigate the problem. It is not something that will solve the problem. The big problem is these corporations taking money from all of us for everything. But the rent burden also reveals a structural racism in our local economy, as the burden falls disproportionately on people of color. If you've been paying attention to who's around here giving their testimonies, it is people of color who are affected the most by this. And this is why we can't just stop with rent stabilization. That keeps rent from increasing too fast. We need to be working to reduce or freeze rents entirely. Freezing them, this stabilization is a good step. But ultimately, the goal has to be ensuring that every resident of Providence has a safe, secure space to lay their head at night. And that means we need affordable housing. We've seen so many decades of failure of this. Also, I just want to talk a little bit about the system that we live in, where we have to have a testimony and hearing about something as basic a human right as housing. This is housing. Well, a lot of people over here are talking about the health of the economy. What about the health of the working people that are running your economy? You need them in housing in order to commit to their economy. In order to put money into the economy, they need to be able to live in it and work in it and activate in it. Also, abolish ICE.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Alex Moore. Alex Moore. Okay, here we go.
Thank you, Chairman Pichardo. Thank you, honorable council members and other members of the City Council. My name is Alex Moore. I'm the political director for SEIU 1199 New England. And we represent about 7,500 healthcare and service workers across the state, including about 3,000 who live and work here in Providence. I'd like to talk about who our members are, who they care for, and why housing stability matters for the health and stability of the city. In Providence, we represent approximately 3,000 workers at Women and Infants and Butler Hospital. At Women and Infants, our members support mothers and newborns every day. They're the frontline staff who help make sure babies are born safely and that new mothers receive the care they need during one of the most important moments in their lives. At Butler Hospital, our members care for people experiencing serious mental health and substance use challenges. Rhode Islanders who are often in crisis and need experienced, stable caregivers. We also represent about 300 workers at Providence Community Health Centers who provide primary and preventative care to tens of thousands of Rhode Islanders. In addition, we represent approximately 1,800 home care workers, most of whom live in Providence, and many are caring for seniors and people with disabilities, often their own family members, helping them remain safely at home and connected to their communities. We also represent about 400 family child care providers. They run small businesses out of their homes, caring for the children of working families across the city. Some are renters and some are homeowners, but their programs depend on stable local families. When families are forced to move because of rising rents, children lose consistent care, and these small neighborhood businesses lose enrollment. And this same pattern shows up across the workforce we represent. Looks like I'm running short on time here. I'll try to be more expeditious. Many of our members are working hard, advancing in their careers, and in some cases, negotiating better wages and benefits. But when rent jumps by several $100s at renewal, those gains disappear overnight. When workers can no longer afford to stay in Providence, the effects show up quickly. Hospitals and clinics lose experienced staff. Seniors lose trusted caregivers, and families lose stable child care. Patients lose continuity of care. I know I'm running out of time here. I'll just close. I heard someone from the real estate lobby say that they have experts ready to draft, some additional policies that are, common sense. We support any common sense measures to improve housing affordability, including rent stabilization. Thank you.
Thank you. Trevor Chase. Trevor Chasey. There we go. Welcome, Trevor.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. I just want to preface by saying I think we really do share common goals here. Now, I should probably say that I work on behalf of the Rhode Island Association of Realtors. We share a same goal, which is making sure that people are housed. But one radical idea that we can all kind of agree on is the fact that there needs to be more collaboration between city officials and local nonprofits as well, or local nonprofits in addition to other local nonprofits. Now, I'm all about collaboration, but I yet to hear from any organization that is serious about this. We had members and we spoke up when we were trying to get the pallet shelters up and running. But the reason why that was delayed is because there are zoning restrictions in place. And I can go down zoning restrictions, I can give you numbers, I'll leave that all up to my written testimony. However, when there is a bill for more housing, to build more, and I know that's been the norm of the night is try to advocate for new housing. Where's the other side when we need them to support us at the State House? We don't get support. We're the only organization that's up there advocating to increase the number of units, increase the number of rentals, but then we change and we try to, go down the road of not just, it's more demonizing a lot of, the small mom and pop landlords. So, in all honesty, this is not necessarily a Providence issue. This is also considered a state issue. Allowing, again, cooperating with our association, cooperating how we can find a middle ground. And there is a middle ground. There's also short-term relief. Whether or not we bring that up, as much, probably on us. But what I can say is that there are housing tax credits, there are rental assistance, but yet whenever we are testifying somewhere, again, there's no collaboration. So before we jump to the conclusion, harp down each other's throats, let's take a step back. And if we want to get really radical, we can really say, how about collaboration? Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Look forward to that. Pornesetia. Paul? Coming from upstairs? No? Going once? Okay, moving. Next, we have Siraj Sindhu. Sirat. He's upstairs. While we wait for him, we're going to call Shayna Crandell. Shayna? She's also upstairs. We'll wait. About Desiree Kabebe. Desiree Kabebe? All right, here we go. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you for having me here. As you said, my name is Desiree Kababi. I'm a first-generation immigrant, came to this country from a war-torn country. We had nothing but the shirts on our back. My brothers and I worked very hard to take care of two elderly parents, worked full-time jobs, part-time jobs. We learned what we needed to do. We lived in Pawtucket, Central Falls. We rented for a long time. But through being able to learn what we needed to do, we were able to buy property in Central Falls, and we were able to provide housing for others, okay? I've done a lot of work with nonprofits. I've lived in many areas throughout Rhode Island. As you can see, I occasionally have health issues, but I'm still trying to build a future here in Rhode Island, and sometimes that's a little difficult. But we have opportunities. We have opportunities to work together for everybody, to come together and provide housing, right? We're trying to solve a problem here. Safe, affordable, reasonable housing, and property owners do that. Housing providers do that. I'm opposed to this particular proposal because it has not worked anywhere. And if we're trying to solve the problem, I'm asking, why can't we come together and actually have conversations to find common sense solutions, right? There are too many things that we can do together. We heard from people about people freezing to death. Imagine if we actually were unified to have conversations, to come to common grounds like battling electric bills, increasing wages and jobs. I worked in South Providence for many years. I've worked with the homeless. I've worked with nonprofits that help homeless, that help empower individuals. We just did a program at the ACI for, post-release, which would include housing. So there's a lot of solutions if we actually come together and work on them, rather than try to push forward things that don't make sense and actually hinder the problem going forward. So I'm, just asking everyone to really consider coming to the table, finding solutions that are common sense, that are long-term and impactful together. Because this does not solve the problem. Year over year, we have money that goes out to a lot of nonprofits and organizations to help solve housing. That money disappears year over year, and we still are faced with the same problem. So I think we have better conversations, we ask better questions, and imagine the force we would have if both sides, because we're not enemies, if everyone just came together with the unified thing to actually solve the problem. Imagine what a beautiful state we would have if we had conversations about it, rather than coming up with things that don't make sense. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think I called Shirad Sidhu, and then Shayna Crandell too. Welcome.
Thank you, members of the council. Ramadan Mubarak to all my brothers and sisters out there. My name is Siraj Sindhu. I live in Ward 13. I want to start by just saying some basic facts about what landlords are and what tenants are. If you're a landlord, almost always it means you own the home that you live in, and you own other additional, at least one, other properties that other people live in and pay you for the privilege to live in. If you're a tenant, it means you don't even own the roof over your head, and you are reliant on other people to provide you for that roof over your head, and you pay them every month for that privilege. I think we need to just get that straight, because that is at the core of the power relation between landlords and tenants here. It's a deeply, deeply imbalanced power dynamic. Landlords can raise the rent whenever they want, by however much they want. There is no legal limit on how much your landlord can raise your rent by. And your landlord can evict you with no reason, because we don't have just cause eviction protections. All of this means, bottom line, tenants as a class are at the mercy of landlords as a class. And yes, there are good landlords. There are landlords who keep their rents below market rate. But think about what that phrase means, market rate. What is market rate? It means as much as the landlord can get for it. Anything below that, we consider affordable. Market rate doesn't mean what the tenants can pay, what people can comfortably afford. No, it means as much as landlords can get. So, I think we should think about that power dynamic because it's at the core of what we're all doing here. We're all here to exercise our democratic right to participate in this public policy-making process. Think about if you're a tenant and your landlord was up here speaking against this proposal right before you. Would you have the guts to go right up next and speak up against it? Would you? The power dynamic between landlords and tenants impedes the very democratic principles that are at the heart of our society. And that is why I am so strongly in support of this ordinance, which drags the landlord-tenant relationship out of the shadows, out of the private sphere, out of dingy kitchen tables and dark street corners across our city and into the light of day, and finally provides some much-needed public oversight through a rent board to provide that public scrutiny and oversight to make sure that tenants and landlords are able to resolve whatever complaints or conflicts come up in their dealings with each other. And so I want to thank the City Council for putting forward this really common sense, democratic proposal that upholds our basic values as a society. Thank you.
Thank you. Shanna, welcome.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Shana Crandall, and I'm a renter in Ward 13. Last week, I didn't have hot water, and I went down into the basement to look at what was going on. The thing was completely rusted. I've got big gaps in my windows, I've got a hole in my bathroom floor. My landlord is required by state law to fix those things. But he doesn't because he knows he can charge market rate for my unit and always have a tenant, right? If I wanted to really contest that stuff, what I would have to do is withhold rent, wait to be evicted by my landlord, have an eviction on my record, and go to district court to get an abatement for those days that I couldn't take a shower, couldn't do the dishes, you know, for all the gas bill that I'm paying for the air leaking out of my extremely drafty windows, right? We need this rent board to be able to address the extremely common conditions that exist in Providence and elsewhere. I'm also a tenant union organizer, and just in the last couple of months, I've talked with more than 24 tenants who regularly don't have hot water. That is the reality here, and the rent board is a way for us to navigate those conflicts and have units actually brought up to code. We've heard so many landlords say that if rent stabilization is enacted, they won't be able to maintain units. The reality is people are living without hot water now and paying market rate for rent. I want to close by emphasizing just how moderate this proposal is. Protections like this already exist for homeowners and owner-occupiers. Homeowners and owner-occupiers are protected from unsustainable, massive cost increases through the homestead exemption. This is about extending basic protections that allow people to stay in their homes to tenants as well. So please support this common sense bill. Rent stabilization, thanks.
Thank you. Robert Dias. Robert Dias, or Diaz, Dias, Dias. Robert Dias. Welcome, Robert.
Is that what you say? Oh, Michael? You said Michael Dias?
Robert Dias.
Robert? Oh.
Robert.
No, I'm Michael.
You're Michael Dias?
Yeah.
Do you have a Robert Dias brother here too?
No.
I have a Robert Dias. So, 147 Ives, is that you?
No.
No? All right. Robert Dias is here? No? Okay, he left. How about Christopher Kretschke. Christopher Kretschke. We're going to find out. Welcome, Christopher.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. Thank you for being here. I'm honored to have the opportunity to talk about being a small landlord in this city who would not be exempt from these policies. I self-manage with my wife a total of 7 apartment units and 3 buildings in wards 1, 2, and 3. We do the work ourselves to the extent possible. We hire local contractors who have worked with us and who we like to work with over and over again. They like working with us too. I'm here to oppose rent stabilization because it does things that are unintended. And so I want to be clear that this is not in the best long-term interest of our city. The best it ever gets is on day 1, but every year after that, fewer and fewer apartments are going to go to the people who need it most under laws like this. And I can tell you this because I had a family member who was homeless here in Providence. Okay? People who think that this is going to solve the homeless problem, it's not. Because he was paying rent, it was not his landlord who evicted him. He was kicked out by his fellow roommates because of a mental health and substance abuse crisis. Some of the other tenants had substance abuse in their past and they couldn't live with someone like that. So he was out on the street. Getting a handle on the problem and just getting him to follow some basic house rules, we couldn't even let him in our own house for quite a while until he finally came around. It's just not, if it was as easy as me just offering him an apartment, that sounds like a reasonable solution, but it's not, because I would have to think about the other tenants I have in that building as well too. So we brought him into our own house. We took him into our own house and on our living room because that's all we had was an air mattress for him. Okay? But we were able to work with him, and through a lot of the resources that are available to the homeless, we were able to get him a lot of help, and he's a lot more stable and he has housing now. But I want to bring the point is if he was looking for an apartment with rent control, and when rent control takes, or rent stabilization takes apartments from the pool of apartments that are available, what happens to someone like him? Sure, the rent he might satisfy for 30% the rent to income, but what happens when someone has 5 times the amount that they need? They're going to win. It's not, over time as apartments turn over, they're not going to be allocated to the people who need it most, and that's why almost universally we moved away from that in the 70s and 80s, and we went towards a voucher program. And the only way we're going to be able to provide housing for everyone is if we build, but if we destroy property values with rent stabilization, there's going to be no building. And when people see the direction of legislation in the city, they're not going to want to do it. So it's chasing small landlords out. We can't be part of the solution if we're all leaving.
Thank you. Dorwood Pinkett. Dorwood Pinkett. Coming from upstairs? All right, we're going to be calling. How about Arlo Narva? It is 9 o'clock, and we still have 2 pages to go. Just want to let everybody know this is how important it is. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. Hello, Council. My name is Arlo Narva. I am a homeowner in Ward 3, here to share my support for rent stabilization. My partner and I moved here and purchased our home during COVID at the height of the market. I did not grow up here, but my father and grandfather did. My great-grandparents immigrated to Providence over a century ago, and my father was born at the Miriam Hospital in 1946, just a few blocks from where I live now. The Miriam Hospital is also where, as we've heard tonight, exactly 1 week ago, 2 dead bodies were found, a 49-year-old man and his 75-year-old mother having frozen to death in the car where they were living. How is it that 2 people, including an elder of our community, can die in their car in the freezing cold in the parking lot of a hospital in one of the richest neighborhoods of our city, where homes cost upward of $700,000, $800,000, $900,000? The silence on this is loud. How is it normalized in the city of Providence for people who do not have homes to freeze to death, to be so pushed to the margins of who and what matters that they were there for days under a foot of snow before anyone even realized? I work in social services here, supporting folks who use substances and are facing homelessness. I'm sure it's not news to you that you can ask any person at any social service agency or any healthcare provider in all of Providence, and they will tell you that the biggest crisis facing the people they serve is housing. Any solution to this crisis will be imperfect, but it is well past time to try something new. You have the opportunity and responsibility to do that. Leading this city in this moment requires courage and creativity. Those who have died in the cold this winter, those who do not have a place to lay their heads tonight, those who are pushed out of their homes due to skyrocketing rent, you are accountable to them. You are their leaders. Think of those outside and those for whom rent stabilization will help stay housed. Please honor our neighbors with your action. Please be brave and pass rent stabilization. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I know I called someone before. Where is it? Come on over. Welcome. If you could just state your name also.
Okay, 1 second. My name is Durwood Pinkett. I currently live in Ward 4. Give me 1 second, apologies. Good evening, everybody. For several hours, we have all sat here and listened to the landlord class give every excuse in the book as to why rent stabilization is an unviable solution to the housing crisis that is plaguing not only our city, but our country. Yet, despite the intense debate, two facts are certain, which is the fact that the status quo has failed in this city and the rent is too high. So what is to be done? If the landlords are to believe the solution is to build, build, build. However, there does not exist before us a serious proposal to construct high-quality, affordable housing. There is not a proposal to expand housing vouchers or rental assistance. There is one proposal before us, and that is to stabilize the rent. No to rent control, yes to more housing is a lie told by landlords to themselves and to us so they can sleep at night while they profit off of the destruction of our city. Landlords care about only two things: profit and control. That is why the supposedly good landlords who have not raised their rent for years are threatening to jack up their costs. That's why they are threatening to abandon the city that they supposedly care about, and that's why they've spent thousands of dollars pushing propaganda and lies onto the people of Providence. Allow me to make myself clear, counselors. The proposition before us is not stabilize the rent versus build more housing. The proposition before us is rent stabilization versus the status quo. The same status quo that has driven up rental costs, driven down home ownership rates, and led to the death of 3 of our neighbors. We all know what the landlords think, and we definitely know what the people need. And we all know that all of you care about building a safer, more affordable Providence. The question, counselors, is what will you do? Thank you.
Thank you. Connor Blair. Connor Blair.
Excuse me.
Yes. Yes. What's your name, sir?
Connor Blier.
Yeah, Connor Blier.
Yeah.
Su nombre? Hernandez, all right, thank you. Can you continue, please? I'll address it in a minute. Yo hablo ahora. Gracias.
Okay. Great. So as I said, my name is Connor. I'm a 33-year-old middle-class office worker, third-generation Rhode Islander, a Federal Hill local, and through real estate, a small business owner. I'm asking you not to restrict my rights in running my small private rental business, for which all of my rents are beneath market rate. I do not fit the profile of a greedy landlord taking advantage of our local community through mismanaged rent hikes. In 2015, I purchased my first multifamily in need of renovation, most of which of the work I have done myself. I was picking something up that was desperately mismanaged. Like many dated Providence properties, it had leaking fixtures, sagging floors, collapsing walls, mold, lots of the things that you've heard from people here locally today. I fixed it myself with all of my savings. This home was almost completely uninhabitable. Today, through years of hard work and personal investment, that same property is beautifully restored. It is home to 2 married tenants I consider my dear friends, whose wedding I just attended. I've repeated this process over the last couple of years, or last 10 years. Now I'm starting my 3rd multifamily, which I've begun renovation of this winter. When I speak on behalf of this housing issue, I speak as a local, a non-Silver Spoon worker, a renovator of our city who rolls up his sleeves, and a friend to every tenant I house who lives in under market rate rent. There are currently jurisdictions with statewide rent control or rent caps we've heard mentioned. I'm not gonna go through these stats, I've read into them. It looks like everywhere this gets deployed, essentially 2 things happen, is there's additional renovation, or there are additional updates to whatever gets rolled out. 57% of everywhere this has been released, there are follow-up mandates that further restrict people like me from being able to operate my property. Essentially, this is opening up the gates to continuous controls for me being able to run my business, which I don't appreciate. The outcome of this is very well documented. It's capital investors shift their money to other cities. There's less housing production in general. We heard someone come up here saying they're building 100 units in Rhode Island. He's speaking here obviously for a reason. It's because that person's considering not building here. And reduced property investments for renovations from small owners like me. Providence has one of the oldest housing stocks in the country. We've already heard this. 55% of homes here are 85 years old. I have boilers go every year I have to fix. I have sinks dripping all the time I have to fix. I find mold in places I don't expect. And not to be rude, but it is ludicrous to suggest that a city in the smallest state government can outperform the national average on this specific issue, implementing the same tired and failed policies with a different outcome. A city whose collective government routinely ranks nationally at the bottom for road maintenance, one of the most mundane logistics of government. I'm sorry, it's true. I can personally guarantee you, if this passes, my under market rate rents will become market rate immediately. I will not buy or renovate anymore, and everyone like me who's fixing the neighborhoods that we grew up in will leave. That's all.
Appreciate it. The next person I have is Adina Marcelino, and as Martina Marcelino is coming forward, quería decirle a ustedes que la lista está muchas personas y estoy tratando de balancear el pro y el contra. So hay personas que más en favor que en contra y estoy tratando de balancear la presentación. Pero sí le vamos a llamar. Gracias. Marcelina. Marcelino. Sí, ya estoy yendo por la lista, sí. Marcelina, Adina is not here? She's coming down. How about Chris Hantfeld? Okay, much. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me good? Okay. Hello, thank you for holding this hearing. My name is Adina Marcelino, but I go by Bean, and I'm a lifelong Providence resident, 20-plus year community activist, and member of PSLRI, here today to testify about why we need rent stabilization, and why we also need to do, sorry, out of breath from running down the stairs, whew, and why we also need to do much more and make housing a human right. I'm a small business owner who, due to housing costs, had to close my dining room, and let me tell you, whether you work for a wage or work for yourself, the rent takes more and more of what you make every year, and we need a change. The working people of Providence are massively overburdened by housing costs. Study after study over the last few years has shown that a majority of renters in the city have to fork over a huge percentage of their pay as rent. I myself have often had to pay as high as 90% of my income. It's hard to do much besides stay home when most of your pay goes to rent. That means people in the city have less money to spend on everything else, including dining out, shopping, hiring services, preventing us from being able to patronize any of our city's small businesses, which is why weekly we see bars, breweries, and restaurants closing. These excessive rents are a drain on our entire economy. This isn't just a reflection of the nationwide housing crisis. Providence is exceptionally hard on renters. Since 2018, rents have increased over 60%, while wages have risen by less than half that. A Redfin report released last year named Providence the least affordable city for renters in the country. Housing costs have risen nationally, and we need national action. But we know that's not coming anytime soon, so you need our local and state governments to act, especially when Providence housing costs are 35% above the national average. We need dramatic action now. The rising cost of rent doesn't just make it tough to go to eat. For far too many families, it means not being able to afford a home at all. Homelessness has skyrocketed since the pandemic, right along with the explosion in price of rent. Myself and my kids were homeless last year, while having to have been approved for an emergency housing voucher 10 years ago. Rents count in the increase of 36% in chronically homelessness Rhode Islanders in the last year, largely due to the simply unaffordable rents. In the richest country on earth, we should be able to reach a bare minimum level of human rights where no one is forced to sleep outside because they don't make enough money. It seems absurd that we have to fight so hard for so long just to get something as simple as basic as a cap on how much rent can increase, when just last week, 2 of our neighbors who I knew froze to death in a parking lot because they didn't have a place to stay. People are literally dying in the streets, and yet we are here debating whether a rent cap is going too far, when in fact it isn't even going far enough. We need to make housing a human right and ensure no one ever dies outside in the cold again in the city because they couldn't afford housing. By the way, glasses, insulin, EpiPens, we want that regulated because it's a human right. What about housing?
Thank you very much. Chris Huntfeld, and then Harrison Turtle.
Chris Hopfeld, Ward 1. Today, I'd like to talk about the relationship between rent stabilization and eviction. I'd like to do so in a way which is supported by research. The cause of evictions is overwhelmingly the rent being too high. The American Housing Survey found that 75% of evictions were due to non-payment of rent. If rent stabilization keeps rents low, and the evidence shows that it does, then it will also lower evictions. Here's why we should care about this. I'll refer to Harvard professor Robert J. Sampson. A healthy and engaged community depends on neighbors who cooperate with and trust one another. When there's more local cohesion and efforts to invest in the community, it makes streets safer and more prosperous. This social fabric can be unraveled by evictions. When there are higher rates of turnover in a neighborhood, we are strangers to those around us, and opportunities for civic engagement remain untapped. A peer-reviewed paper in 2015 showed that neighborhoods with higher eviction rates have higher violent crime rates the following year, even after controlling for past crime rates and other relevant factors. Not only that, but eviction can have a devastating psychological impact. A devastating psychological impact on those who experience it. A paper published in the journal Social Forces found that those evicted were less happy, less energetic, less optimistic, and more likely to suffer from depression. Another publication in the journal Psychiatric Services identified eviction as a significant precursor of suicide. Providence has experienced an average of 11 evictions every day, per day, for 6 years. There have been 24,000 evictions since 2020. Those figures are from the Housing Crisis Task Force report that came from this city council. It doesn't have to be this way. We can stop the cause underlying these evictions. We can reach towards what Dr. King called the beloved community. We can stabilize rent. Thank you.
Thank you. Rita Hernandez. Jumping up. I know. Welcome, bienvenida. La puedes decir en español si quiere también.
Claro que en
Está bien.
español es que voy a hablar, pichana,
bien,
porque tú
entra.
sabes que yo no sé
You're gonna
inglés.
say it in Spanish.
Tú lo sabes. Pero necesito, por favor, que lo que yo vaya a decir lo interpreten en inglés para que todos los demás que no saben español sepan lo que yo estoy hablando. Por favor.
Ahí va. Viene una-
Permítame, señora, si le puedo pedir el favor de que hable en poquitos para poder traducir bien.
Okay.
I will interpret from Spanish to English.
Okay, thank you. Mi nombre es
Tiene
Rita
3
Hernández.
minutos. Tiene 3 minutos, así.
Mi nombre es Rita Hernández.
My name is Rita Hernandez.
Y estoy aquí en apoyo a que yo soy dueña de casa.
And I'm here in favor as I am a homeowner.
Y yo creo que a los dueños de casa se nos tiene también que tener consideración.
And I think that us as homeowners, we also need to be considered.
Cuando los inquilinos duran hasta 4 y 5 meses sin pagarle a uno,
When the tenants last 4 or 5 months without paying us,
y uno lo lleva a corte,
and we have to bring them to court,
la corte se va a favor del inquilino, nunca a favor del lando.
the court goes in favor of the tenant, never to the owner.
Entonces nosotros estamos aquí en los Estados Unidos
So we're here in the United States
por dique el sueño americano.
for the so-called American dream.
Ese es uno de los sueños americanos, un hogar.
And one of the American dreams is to have your home.
Pero a lo que yo veo es el infierno americano.
But what I see is that it's the infierno, hell, hell, the American hell. Sorry.
¿Sabe lo que yo tengo aquí?
Do you know what I have here?
Esos son biles, esos son recibos de Home Depot, de Lowe's, de recibo de la luz que está por lo alto.
What I have here are bills, bills from Home Depot and Lowe's that are really high.
Y a mí ninguno de ustedes me ayuda a mí con esto.
And none of you help me with these.
Cuando yo pido ayuda porque los inquilinos no pagan renta,
When I ask for help because the tenants don't pay the rent,
o porque rompen paredes, rompen baños, pisos y todo eso.
or because they're, repítame por favor, disculpe.
Nosotros no nos dan ayuda.
Repítame por favor lo que acaba de decir, disculpe.
Que cuando nosotros, los inquilinos,
When the
rompen
tenants
paredes,
break walls,
puertas, pisos,
doors,
baños,
floors,
como me ha tocado a mí,
like it's happened to me,
yo no recibo ayuda de
I
ninguno.
don't receive any help from anyone.
Y entonces, no vamos todos a estar a favor de nada más del inquilino. Ok, de que hay landos que cobran demasiada
So
alta
what?
la renta.
Not all of us can be in favor and have be like the landlords that can charge high rents.
Pero nosotros como dueños de casa tenemos mucha responsabilidad encima.
But us like homeowners have a lot of responsibility.
Mortgage,
The mortgage,
luz de los pasillos,
the lights,
recogedera de hojas,
picking up the
nieve,
leaves,
sal,
snow, salt,
para que una persona no se caiga en
so
la
that
calle,
somebody
porque
doesn't fall.
si se cae una persona, ahí vienen para donde uno.
Because if they
Entonces,
fall, then they're going to come in and look for us.
vamos a hacer algo por nosotros también,
Let's do something for us too.
por
Gracias.
favor.
Please.
Una pregunta. ¿Usted está en fa- Okay, never mind. All right, here we go. Thank you, gracias. Then I have, no, está bien. Harrison Turtle, muchas gracias.
Okay.
Harrison Turtle. Is Harrison here? No? Left, okay. How about Jordan Tao? I think we heard from him already. Yeah? How about Luvia, Emma Carnes? How about Emma Carnes? Emma Carnes? No. Deanne Gillow? You coming down? All right. We'll call someone in the meantime. We have Danila Hernandez. Danila Hernandez. Anyone here? Okay. Danila Hernandez? No? Okay. How about Carolina Pichardo? You may need to translate this too. Carolina Pichardo, ¿va a hablar inglés o español?
My English is not 100%, but maybe you can understand me.
You could do
Good
it.
evening.
We got faith
Yes.
in you. Carolina. If the people that are upstairs and you signed up, just come downstairs. There's plenty of seats here. People that are in the back or outside, they could have a seat. I know you've been standing here for a while, so you could just come down so that way we can keep it flowing. Gracias. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening. For me, today was really extremely sad because I saw this side tenants, this side landlord. That is, you are dividing Providence. We need to be united. And you know why you are dividing? Because you're not supposed to approve 3 times taxes increase. Twice was taxes increase for real, and the other time was that you increase the base for the taxes. So because that is the consequence for that. Because if you increase the taxes and you increase Providence sold the sewer because we have 2 water. So the sewer increased too much. I used to pay every quarter $44, and now every month I am paying as landlord 100. The last bill was $162 monthly. So every fee increased for the landlord, and now you put it 1 lead inspection. That is $400 something. If you don't have that inspection, and it's not inspector available, but if you don't have that inspection, you have to pay $50 per month. And now this ordinance is very dangerous. It's danger. Don't forget that. You know why? Because in this ordinance, there are 1 commission. And that commission is 5 people. You never talk about that. So that's people, the president or the council, choose 4 people of this one. And the mayor choose 1 more. So I understand how that commission will be work parallel to cost enforcement. If the tenant said that's the you has broken something's broken the apartment, and you not fix the apartment as landlord, we have to pay $100 per day. That is crazy. That's ordinance is crazy ordinance. How a landlord has to pay $100 per day because 1 tenant say that something's broke? So that commission is very dangerous, and the president of the council has too much power with that commission because that president choose 4 people, and she has the power over that 4 people, and that 4 people will be the people in charge for putting the landlord. If his house is broken, okay. Good night. That is danger ordinance.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I would like to bring David. Who's that? Oh, she's waiting. Come on over. You got a called earlier?
Yes.
Yes. Please state your name.
Hello, my name is Deanne Guo, and
Welcome.
thank you. I'm a resident of Ward 14, and I'm speaking in support of rent stabilization tonight. In recent years, rents have risen at a rate which wages have not matched. and Providence more than almost any other city in our country. This rapid rent inflation has caused stress, displacement, and even homelessness, which we've already heard about tonight from so many people. While this ordinance wouldn't fix the housing crisis, it would give tenant families just a little bit of stability. I think we've heard earlier tonight that when homeowners get a mortgage, they already get some kind of stability. Their interest rates are locked, and they can kind of expect how much to pay every month, with the exception of maybe taxes, which in this ordinance you can pass on to your tenants. So why should tenants be at the mercy of landlords who don't live in their homes and already own more than 2 houses, because otherwise you're exempt? Why should tenants be at the mercy of these landlords to decide whatever rent increases they please whenever they want? Housing is not a good or service. It's a basic necessity. The difference between raising the rent for a landlord and a tenant is stark. For a landlord, especially the ones who this ordinance applies to, it's about profit margins or the revenue. But for a tenant, it's a question of whether they'll have somewhere to live. I also, for my day job, I am a community organizer with the Childhood-Led Action Project. And from a lead poisoning prevention perspective, this ordinance can bring us one step closer to our broader vision for eliminating lead poisoning, which includes safe housing for everyone. You can't have lead-safe housing if you have no housing. So one part of the ordinance that I'd just like to highlight is that rents may not be raised if there are active housing code violations. During my work at the Childhood-Led Action Project, we see unsafe conditions in our work all the time. And just this past month, I talked to these families who their rents got raised $400, $500, even when no improvements were made, and actually, in fact, when conditions issues are present, like lead hazards, broken windows, or leaking pipes. Prohibiting rent increases until violations are abated is one way to incentivize landlords to do the right thing and make sure that their buildings are safe to live in. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Excuse me. What was your last name?
Guo.
And your first name?
Deanne.
Deanne Guo. Okay, I just want to make sure. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. William Thompson. Is William Thompson here? Come on over. I have you down for 4. There we go.
4, yes.
Yep. Come on over.
Hello, councilors. My name is Willie Thompson. I'm a homeowner in Ward 7. Too many people are rent burdened in the city. Too many are paying higher percentage of their income than they should be on rent. As we've heard tonight, too many people are having to cut out spending in important areas of their lives, such as healthcare, food, and education. A 4% cap on rent increases is both reasonable and prudent considering the housing crisis we are facing as a city. Rent hikes force disruptive and difficult relocations when the high cost of rent forces people to move. We all want stability in our lives, to be able to plan and to save and to raise families and to cultivate communities with our neighbors. And exorbitant rent increases are destabilizing and harm both families and neighborhoods, as we've heard tonight. I urge the City Council to pass this ordinance. It is one important step towards solving the housing crisis and making Providence once again a city that is affordable and livable. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Richard Morales. Richard Morales. Is Richard Morales here? Yes? No? Okay, Richard Morales. How about Michael Zeisler? Michael Zeisler. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for the quality of my handwriting. My name is actually Michael Ziegler. I'm a resident of Ward 1. So as I mentioned, I'm a resident of Ward 1 and a renter, and though I support this legislation in a personal capacity, I'm here primarily in my role as the president of RIFT Local 6516, a labor union representing more than 2,000 workers at Brown University. many of whom rent here in our city. On their behalf, I urge you to pass this measure. There's a perception that those of us who work or study at Brown enjoy great privilege. There is certainly some truth in this perception, but graduate workers at Brown, our members, make roughly the median income in the city, the same median income against which rents have risen faster here than anywhere else in the country in recent years. Like many others who have spoken tonight, I can tell you stories about members of our local who have faced rent increases in the hundreds of dollars when it came time to renew their lease. In my own case, after my wife and I did not have a lease renewed several years ago, we saw a rent increase of 50% at our new apartment, an additional $300 per month. We were able to bear that cost in part because of the raises my union was able to negotiate, but the same has not been true of many of my brothers and sisters. They've had to cut necessities in order to make ends meet. Instead of their raises going to savings that would have enabled them to get ahead, it went to the profits of speculators. This ordinance would have made their lives less precarious, and it can do the same for our members who still live in dread of lease renewal season. I would note, too, that this ordinance has not only the support of other local unions represented here tonight, but of the 80,000 member strong RI-AFL-CIO. This is a pro-labor ordinance, and as such, one that those on council who call themselves friends of labor ought to support. Lastly, I'd like to address the issue of revenue that has been raised a number of times this evening. I'd remind the committee that Providence's largest landowner, who so happens to be my employer, is currently tax exempt, and that in spite of its possession of an $8 billion endowment, it pays a tiny percent of what it might otherwise pay in property taxes. The discussion here tonight is rightly about securing stability for working families. Our members would welcome a separate conversation about a more equitable system of revenue generation for Providence. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Green. Nancy Green. Welcome. Welcome, Nancy.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Well, I'm speaking as a small landlord. Me and my husband live on H.O.P.E Street, and we own a triple-decker, and we rent out the first floor. So I believe that we are part of the solution, and we are very much in favor of the rent regulation because it coordinates with what a lot of small landlords do. We are regardful of our tenants, and we keep the rent reasonable. So there was a speaker a while ago who said that we are custodians of real estate, and I think that's true. I think we are holding a necessity in trust to the community as well as ourselves. It's wonderful to own a house. We hope to leave it to our child, but we do have an accountability to the community, and the community gives back to us. So I think we need to put brakes on these out-of-control rent raisers. So another speaker talked about the free market. The free market is not working in this situation because the reason I've lived on the east side for about 40 years, came here right after the blizzard of '78, and I've seen luxury housing springing up like mushrooms everywhere. I do not see affordable housing springing up when there's a dire need for it because the free market is not supporting that. So we do need regulation. And I thank you for this, and I will put my vote for it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We have Will Casey. Will Casey. Is Will Casey here? Going once. How about Jacob Kramer? He went already, they say. How about Chris Hartfeld? What's your name? Michael? Michael Greco. Come on, Michael Greco. We got a little guy right there with you. I'm sure everybody agrees that we'll give you that pass.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
It didn't start my time yet, I hope.
Welcome. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Michael Greco. I invest in real estate. I buy very dangerous rundown properties, places like the ones that people are complaining about and afraid of living in, and I fix them up and I make them safe. I bought properties where I was afraid the bathtub was going to fall through the floor and land in the basement and kill somebody. And I had to ask them to leave because I was afraid if they stayed, they might die. I have a very unusual perspective because I have a background in anthropology. And so part of what I researched and part of what I worked on was immigrant communities and how to help immigrants acclimate to other environments, specifically to the United States. I'm here to sound the alarm that this bill has some massive unintended consequences to the immigrant communities. And it may very well decimate the income of many immigrants in the city of Providence. And here's my statistics. In Rhode Island, 1 in 4 construction workers is foreign born. In Providence, that number may very well be higher. Nationally, 64% of plasterers and stucco masons are immigrants. 52% of drywall and ceiling installers are immigrants. 48% of painters are immigrants. 47% of roofers. 46% of people who install carpet and flooring. 41% of construction laborers. And 1/3 of all carpenters are foreign born. These are skilled people whose work speaks for itself. Their work often speaks when they cannot. These are good jobs. These are jobs that pay better than the day job that I had. Construction is a route out of poverty for the immigrant. I'm married to a Mexican immigrant. I'm in the community. And when we first started, we had to have a meeting to see if we could afford a $20 toaster oven. The entirety of the money that I made on rent in the last 3 years, and this bill does apply to me, the entirety of the money I made went back into the immigrant community. I didn't make a profit. I had to double rents on people to make the places safe because no one should have had to live in those environments, but there was no way to not lose my entire life savings if I didn't do it. The money that came in didn't sit in a bank. I didn't go on luxury vacations. It went to skilled tradespeople who struggled with their English. We speak a mixture of English and Spanish in my home. These are my friends. These are people I care about. The city council says that they care a lot about the immigrant community. You're worried about what's going out of people's pockets, worry about what's going into their pockets and not taking it away.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next is Emrose Smizer. Emrose? Smizer? Emrose? Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello. Hi, everybody. I'm a Ward 5 resident and a first-time homeowner. I love living in Providence, and I want my neighbors and our city to thrive. Owning a home was a dream of mine for a long, long time. When I was a renter, living in a rent-stabilized apartment was a life-changing relief to me. It allowed me to stay in the same home for many years, building relationships with my neighbors, including my landlord who lived in the building. This helped me feel invested in my longtime home. I made small repairs, I cared for the property, I loved living there, and I felt connected in my neighborhood. Rent-stabilized homes in my neighborhood contributed to this sense of longevity and community and allowed hardworking people to stay and thrive in a city where the wealth inequality and rising rents was making it otherwise impossible for renters to stay in their homes and communities. When the neighborhood keeps turning over and we don't know our neighbors, our communities suffer. When working people can afford to stay, our communities are stronger and are safer. As a homeowner now, I want that stability for my own community. While the cost of living continues to rise in our city, making it difficult for homeowners and renters alike, there's no reason why landlords should be able to just pass that cost entirely on to tenants via rent hikes. I wanted to be a homeowner for the housing stability, not to amass wealth at the expense of tenants renting from me. Rent is going up so much faster than wages in Providence, and renters are getting pushed out of their homes and literally dying on the streets, as we've heard this evening. Listen to the testimony that we've heard so far. The landlords are saying, it's hard to pay the costs of the building I chose to purchase, so I need my tenants to help me carry those costs. The renters are saying, rent hikes force me to skip meals, neglect my health, and sleep in my car. These stakes are not the same. Rent stabilization is not mutually exclusive with other protections proposed here tonight. It's a false argument to say that we can't create other long-term housing solutions and also implement rent stabilization. If our city's worried about the revenue implication, how about we tax Brown University? Rent stabilization will increase community safety and stability, and I strongly urge you all to support it here. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Will Casey? Will Casey? Nope. How about Chris Huntfeld? Nope. How about Molly Richard? She went already? I know the different names. David Belize? He's here. Welcome, David.
Thank you very much, council members. My name is David Valise. I'm the director of the Onlyville Neighborhoods Association, an organization working on serving the immigrant community. I'm also a renter and live in Providence. I'm here representing my organization, but also myself. A lot of things were said tonight, so I'm gonna be short, because I'm hungry. Rent control is not about hindering progress or development. It's about protecting renters from enormous rent hikes. Now, we need both housing and rent control. Trying to separate the two or pin them against each other is a strategy that will ultimately hurt poor and working class communities, especially immigrant communities that already have barriers to engage with their landlords out of fear of retribution. Now, I'm not an economist. I'm just someone who has worked on anti-poverty initiatives for over 25 years, and I know that people living check to check who get their rent hiked, unregulated, are in danger of being priced out or homeless. Rents are too high. We need some regulation. So I ask you to please support rent stabilization. Lastly, you all may need to talk to your landlords because the heat in here is too high. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alan Dennison. Alan Dennison. Alan Dennison, against? Not here. Julian Drix. Welcome, Julian.
Welcome, thank you. And thank you all for sticking around. I'm sure we're all tired and hungry, and I appreciate you taking the space to hear from people. My name is Julian Drix. I live in Ward 10 in Washington Park. I'm a homeowner. I'm here to support rent stabilization, but I'm speaking on behalf of my organization, Health and Partnership. We are a national health justice organization. We conduct research on housing and health impacts of housing policy, and wanted to submit as evidence some research and data and information about the benefits of rent stabilization, examples from other cities around the country, and how not doing anything is harming health of entire communities. Our organization has also done research on the strategies and tactics that corporate landlords pursue. More than 50% of homes around the country have been bought up by corporate landlords, and we're not immune to that here. And so I thank the council also on the actions they've taken on algorithmic rent pricing and other things that are examples of how corporate landlords harm the health of communities through displacement and housing burden costs. We've also produced a report called Our Homes, Our Future about rent control and how it benefits health, with many other national organizations, PolicyLink, Popular Democracy in Action, and Right to the City. And just in December, we released our own paper on the health benefits of rent control with 6 other leading national public health organizations. So the public health evidence is clear: rent stabilization benefits communities. It improves health, it keeps rent stable. Many of the people who have spoken here tonight in opposition are also relying on industry talking points that are false and misleading and are not supported by the data. We do have a chapter in the report that I'll submit on addressing the opposition to rent control, which addresses many of the points that people have raised. That housing markets are currently not delivering affordability without rent stabilization. Nearby cities like Portland, Maine, which instituted rent stabilization, saw housing production increase. So it is not true that rent stabilization causes impacts on the production. Many of the studies that they cite are misinterpreted, biased, or straight out of date. So rent control laws do need to be implemented along with other housing policies that the council is currently already has done or will be doing, which are really important as well. So it's not a standalone policy, but it's a really important necessity. We need it now. Thank you for your leadership in moving this forward. Good night.
Thank you. Next we have Anthony Thompson. Anthony Thompson, against? Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Anthony Thompson, and I'm a housing provider opposed to this ordinance. Affordability is one of the most pressing problems today, and is the reason many of us are in this room tonight. But this ordinance is not the right answer to that problem. The housing crisis is caused by not having enough housing supply for the demand, and the only real solution is to increase that supply. But adopting this ordinance will strongly discourage adding that supply that our city so desperately needs. Supporters of this ordinance will say that the 15-year exemption addresses this concern, but I am here to tell you it will not. The value of multifamily property is based on income projected years into the future, so when future income is reduced, even 15 years out, it lowers the value of what developers can build. There's also the fact that once Providence becomes known as a rent control city, many potential buyers of multifamily property will turn away from Providence for other areas. Less income in the future and fewer buyers means a lower price for developers when they sell, and with high fixed cost to build, that means many current projects will get canceled and many more will not be started at all. We've seen this happen in other areas that have adopted rent control. This ordinance would have other negative effects on our city's residents. Tenants currently in place will have a great deal, one that gets better every year. But it also means that every year they will want to move less and less, so fewer units will be available to new residents. Since owners under this ordinance could be forced to keep the same tenants for years or decades, in the rare case a unit does open up, owners will have to be extremely selective and only rent to those with the highest income and best credit, thereby excluding the most vulnerable from renting here. With income limited but other expenses unchecked, owners will be forced to do the bare minimum maintenance on their properties. They won't be able to do renovations or capital improvements, as they will never be able to recoup those costs from higher rents, and our existing housing supply will decay over time. Even worse, some units will require so much work that owners will lose less money leaving those units vacant than they would renovating them but not being able to raise the rent. So over time, we will have fewer units available and existing units will degrade. We've seen this happen in other areas that have adopted rent control, and it will happen here too. A Swedish economist once wrote, "Rent control appears to be the most efficient technique to destroy a city short of bombing." Economic price controls do not work. They create distorted markets and often have the exact opposite of their intended effect. What will happen here is what has happened in other areas that have rent control. Existing tenants will be frozen in place and fewer units will be available each year. Little to no new supply will be added, and the existing housing will decay and shrink over time. Contrary to fixing the housing crisis, this ordinance will only make it worse. I urge the council to not pass this ordinance and instead to focus on policies that directly assist tenants and on policies that increase supply, which is the only true solution to the supply-demand imbalance that we call the housing crisis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Mark Van Napper. Mark Van Napper. Is Mark here? Going once. All right. About Christian Vargas. Christian Vargas. Okay. Against?
Yes, against. Hello, everyone. Before I speak about policy, I want to share something personal. I am a son of immigrant parents who came to this country with nothing. I was born and raised right here in Providence. I've experienced homelessness. I live in group homes. I dropped out of high school. But I went back to earn my GED from the Providence Skills Center right underneath the Providence Place Mall. Through that program, I earned an internship at Electric Boat, building submarines for the U.S. Navy. I worked 3 jobs during that time. While working those 3 jobs, I bought my first house, and I began raising a young family. After I sold that home, I cashed out my 401k, left my full-time job in 2020, and I bought my first piece of land because I decided I wanted to build something more impactful, to create housing, not just own it. Since then, we've built around 30 houses in the city of Providence, and we have given opportunities for local people to be able to purchase them and build and start some sort of wealth. Housing changed my life. Ownership changed my trajectory. And today I stand here at 33 years old building housing in the same city that once gave me a second chance. That's why I care deeply about affordability and why I'm here tonight. I also live in Providence, Justin's ward. I could have went and lived anywhere else, but I chose to live here in Providence because I love it, and yeah, let's go. We don't have to guess what happens under rent control. We have a real example just 90 minutes north, Portland, Maine. Portland passed rent control in 2020 with the same goals, stability and affordability. By 2025, their taxable property base declined between 3 to 5%. That shifted an estimated 6 to 10 million per year onto homeowners and condo owners. Smaller multifamily buildings under control stagnated in value. And their 2026 rent cap is 2.2% below inflation. The policy protected tenure, but it did not increase supply. This ordinance locks in a flat 4% cap regardless of what happens to insurance, labor, and material costs. When expenses rise faster than the cap, maintenance gets deferred. This includes strong vacancy control, meaning rents stay tied to prior levels even after turnover. That reduces incentive to reinvest and shrink supply over time. It creates a permanent regulatory board, staff hearings, petitions, appeals, a bureaucracy that will outlast the crisis it aims to solve. And if small landlords' costs exceed the cap, they must petition with tax returns and financial documentation and wait months for relief. Large institutions can absorb that, small local owners cannot. Most importantly, this policy is not targeted. A high-income tenant benefits the same as a struggling family. It protects units, not need. Providence needs more housing, more infill development, more targeted assistance, and a voucher expansion. Housing gave me a second chance. Let's make sure we create more ladders, not more limits. Let's build housing, let's build opportunity, and let's build up our people in Providence.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next, we have I want to say Ariana Boyden. Boyden? Last name Boyden, B-O-Y-D-E-N. No. How about Sandra Negron? Sandra, here we go. Welcome, Sandra.
Hi. Thanks for having me. Thanks
Absolutely.
for staying up.
Yeah, we're doing this together.
My name is Sandra Negron, and I'm also a small landlord. I own one property in Ward 12. It happens to be 3 units in front and 1 unit in back, so I don't count as owner-occupied, even though I live on the property. Federal Housing has 4 units owner-occupied as owner-occupied, but at Providence, we only have 3 units owner-occupied, so I just wanted to point that out. But I'm a good landlord. I take care of my property. I was shoveling snow a couple of weeks back for quite a few hours. And I just want to say that Providence actually has more small landlords than larger landlords. I'm here to share why the proposed rent control ordinance could create unintended consequences. Policies that shrink supply, they don't create affordability. If we want lower rents, we do need more housing. I know we sound like parakeets here, I get it. But the reality is, that's what we need. Recently, more housing has actually been built in Providence, and I felt the effects. I had a unit in the summer that I usually can turn over the next month. It took me 3 months to rent it. And so I lowered my price 3 times. So it's happening. Just give it a chance. Let's try to build more, fix the zoning. Let's see what we can do together. I'm willing to talk to anybody who's willing to listen. I love being a landlord, but at the end of the day,
Can you speak into the mic too,
yeah,
please?
I love being a landlord, but at the end of the day, if I can't afford it, if it becomes a financial burden to me, I'm gonna have to leave. And I heard some people say earlier, leave then. Okay, fine, I will, but I wanna be honest with you, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn. I am a good landlord, I care about my tenants. That's all I gotta say, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have John Dooley. John? Against?
Yeah.
Welcome, John.
Here.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm John Dooley, and I was a tenant. I lived in 10 apartments in Providence before my wife and I finally bought our first multifamily, and we lived there, and I would work all day and come home at night and fix it up. And then I bought a couple more derelict buildings and fixed them up. And one of the points I just want to make is actually what she was just talking about. Providence, 70% of the rentals in Providence, of the triple deckers and stuff, are owned by people who have 3 or fewer buildings, okay? This is a city where we've had the mom and pop landlords for a long time. And these are the ones, as I look over this bill, we need to stabilize the rental market, okay? Everyone agrees on that, but how do we get there? And the problem with this particular ordinance is with all the carve-outs and all the other things, it's only the small landlords like me who are, and who haven't been raising my rents on people. Historically, and I talk to a lot of my other landlords and people that I know, a lot of times, like, I haven't raised rents in a long time, in a couple of years for most of my places. And then finally, if someone's there for 3 years or 4 years or 5, then I finally have to raise a little bit because my taxes keep going up and my insurance keeps going up and all my other expenses keep going up. Okay, I mean, I was in this chamber 16 years ago when 20 years ago, we used to have the same rent, or the same tax rate, whether it was owner-occupied or non-owner-occupied. And then they started doing the homestead, and then they kept raising it and raising it and raising it. So now the landlords pay 70% more than the owner-occupieds. And at the time, I said in this chamber, that is just going to drive up rents. We have to pass it on to the tenants. That's why we call it the tenant tax. And, you know, everyone at the time, and the people that, I know none of you city council people here were there then, but at the time they were like, oh, you guys are just going to raise your rents. And it's just like, yeah, we're going to have to, or we're going to lose our properties. And I don't know if you guys remember all the problems we had with all the properties being foreclosed on back then, okay? So landlords, we don't want to evict people. It costs us a ton of money to try to evict people. Landlords, most of them in Providence are small landlords like myself, and we don't usually raise the rents until we have to due to some things. If you guys want, if your problem is, a rent got doubled or one of these kinds of things, yeah, that's outrageous, but that's not the norm. And if you wanted to make your bill, your ordinance, that you can't raise it more than 25% in a year or something, because if there are cases like that, that is outrageous. But what you're going to hurt are people like myself. And I'm going to have to start raising my rents on everybody 4% every year. So when they finally move out, I won't get creamed.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you, John. Crystal Brunel, 4. Welcome, Crystal.
Hi, I'm Crystal. I'm a student at Rhode Island College, a social work. Oh, thank you. Hi, my name's Crystal. I'm a social work student at Rhode Island College, and I intern at the Amos House. I've been doing follow-up surveys with those that received rental assistance from the Amos House. And so tell me why there's so many people that are in need and at risk for eviction. There are hundreds on the spreadsheet that I've been given. Tell me why they need assistance again. They're reaching out again. And just tell me why. And there is something seriously wrong with rent prices in Providence. Well, this has become our normal. This should not be normal in no way. Putting people's health at risk is not normal. Putting people at risk for being unhoused is not just not normal, it's not right. Housing should be a human right, and rental stabilization will help stabilize the lives of many. I ask you to think of who you are as a person, because there's people dying out in the streets unhoused and in the cold. This is the next step as a preventative measure to stop more people from being exposed to that reality. Those are real people at stake. Let's do what is right and support rent stabilization. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'm sure that just to relieve some anxiety on some people, so I'm going to name a couple of names. Next is Amy Salazar, Aime Salazar, Dan Brogan, and Ramon Feliz. In that order. Welcome, Aime.
Thank you. Thank you for saying my name right. Thank you for staying up. I'm a teacher and it's way past my bedtime, so thank you for being here. My name is Aime Salazar and I am from Ward 14. I'm here representing my retired father, disabled father, and my retired grandmother who are on a limited income and got priced out of Providence a couple years ago. Despite the deplorable living situations that they were on, their rent kept going up, and unfortunately they ended up having to move to Pawtucket. And I'm also here to represent the working people of Ward 14. Sorry, collecting my thoughts. I'm really lucky to have a considerate landlord. Unfortunately, that's not the case for everybody. It hasn't been the case for me always. And so, as I'm noticing, people wearing stickers that say yes to housing, I'm wondering who, because the people who I've paid rent to before my current landlord haven't been the people that have been considerate of me or people like me. And so, as someone mentioned earlier, while this ordinance does not resolve the problem that's here at hand, it certainly sets some much needed boundaries. We're having this conversation today because landlords refuse to see us as human beings. They see us as ATMs and as people that they can kind of, talk to get more money to line their pockets. And unfortunately, I'm tired. I can't buy a house. I'm not like the 33-year-old who bought a house 6 years ago. I can't afford it. I can't afford to rent half the time. And I'm a teacher, so that really sucks because I'm supposed to have the American dream of the house and I can't even have a rental. So as I said, I come from Ward 14. I sometimes call it Striveville or 02908 town because that is the biggest corporations that own a lot of the houses in my ward. It comes to a point that you pass by them and you can tell that they're owned by them, and it's more of like, oh, look, there's more college housing, there's not enough individual people's housing. And so, you know who they rent to? Out-of-state college people who come in, trash our town, and then get going. They're the only people, especially their families, that can really afford to pay for what they pay for a room, which is kind of similar to what I would pay for my apartment. And so they're not really investing in Providence, they're investing in their portfolios. They're investing in their millions of dollars, even hundred thousands of dollars, something that I have to dream about because I can't afford to make that money or even stay here. And so I just want to say it's really ballsy that they keep threatening to leave. Please do, so I can afford a house to move into. But also because of this, I think that City Council should actually add a limit to the amount of units a landlord can have before they're no longer exempt for rent stabilization. Because if you have 15 plus units, then you really can't afford to pay extra and not worry about rent, like raising the rent as much as other people are saying. So ultimately, please pass this bill, but also like stand by the people because we don't have money and can't afford to be here. So thank you.
Thank you. Dan Brogan. Welcome, Dan, and then Ramon is up to bat.
Last but hopefully not least.
Welcome, Dan.
Thank you so much. It's a gift to get to be here. My name's Dan Brogan. I live in Ward 5. I'm a former school custodian, grocery store clerk, and I was a social worker and housing specialist for youth experiencing homelessness. I'm here today to testify in support of rent stabilization. Nearly 2/3 of Americans live paycheck to paycheck, and Rhode Island has the second highest rate of chronic homelessness in the entire country. Providence also ranks as the least affordable rental market in the entire country, beating out cities like New York, Boston, and San Francisco. Rhode Island also has one of the lowest rates of new housing being built in the country. My wife and I could no longer afford to live in our College Hill studio apartment that literally had no ceiling, as the rent was $2,200 a month, not including utilities. We needed to put up our own blankets as insulation in our apartment. In contrast, I used to live in the Twin Cities, as St. Paul specifically. I paid $1,200 a month for a 2-bedroom apartment, utilities, and ceiling included. I'm a PhD candidate and have worked professionally for nearly 15 years, and it's been hard to afford to live in Providence. We are incredibly lucky and privileged compared to many of our neighbors. I think about how immensely difficult it is to live in Providence for our neighbors who provide critical services to keep our city functioning. We have many community members who work multiple physically demanding jobs just to make ends meet. To treat a crisis, we must utilize multiple policy prescriptions. We need rent stabilization, mixed income housing, and more public housing. We cannot rely on federal public housing due to the Fair Cloth Amendment, which has capped federal housing units for at least 28 years. We must take direct action locally for the health and well-being of our community. I also heard an earlier speaker say, let the free market live. We have had multiple unhoused neighbors freeze to death at the hands of a cold and cruel free market. We have a public responsibility to address housing in a material way. We must meet this housing crisis with urgency. I also hope that the City Council will consider drafting up an eviction moratorium in the real likelihood of an ice surge in Providence as well. I just want to mention that too. We need rent stabilization, just cause evictions, mixed income public housing, and housing first solutions to homelessness for the sake of our community. With my last 30 seconds, I do want to bring up Title VI and Executive Order 13166, which is about language access and language justice. One of our Spanish-speaking neighbors earlier did not get a full 3 minutes due to the translation services happening, and there is a reasonable accommodation for moving beyond the allocated time in public testimony with federal law. So I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Good market. Good night.
Thank you very much. Up is Ramon Feliz, then Dan Mibrovic, and Casey Gruppini. Welcome, Ramon.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and Council members. My name is Ramon Feliz. I grew up in Providence from the age of 8. My parents immigrated here from the Dominican Republic. I attended Providence Public Schools. I grew up with limited resources and limited financial understanding. I understand what it feels like when rent goes up and your family is trying to figure out how to make it work. I understand the struggle and the financial illiteracy. At 19, I had to leave Providence to look for opportunity, as it was difficult to seek opportunity here. And I went to go work in finance in New York City. For 13 years, of which I worked for Citigroup in Manhattan for 7 years. Aside from that, 15 years in the mortgage lending business, 12 years as a builder, and 7 years at Citi, specifically working in community lending for communities at risk. In my time there, I helped test and provide feedback on the Citi Home Run program that later influenced affordable housing lending models at Fannie and Freddie. And I also served on the board of the Rhode Island Builders Association, still serve, and am one of the founding members of the National Association of Hispanic Real Estate Professionals here in Providence. The solution is ownership acceleration and cultural economic elevation. I care deeply about the city, and because I care, I respectfully oppose this ordinance as written. Let me start with what we can agree on. Providence has an affordability crisis. Rents are rising, wages haven't kept up, inflation has increased, taxes, insurance, labor, materials. At the same time, we have not built enough housing and demand is high, supply is low. Basics of economics, when supply is low and demand is high, prices rise. The root of the issue. Rent stabilization does not solve the supply shortage. Decades of data from other cities show the strict rent caps reduce investment, reduce new construction over time, tighten further supply, and vacancy control especially discourages long-term capital from entering the market. Capital is mobile. Providence has become unpredictable. Investments slows and housing production slows. When production slows, rents rise in the long term. In the end, I love Providence. It shaped me. It gave me opportunity. I want solutions that work not just for this year, but for the next generation. I urge you to pause this ordinance and engage all stakeholders to create a comprehensible, sustainable affordability strategy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Mitrovic. Is Dan Mitrovic here? How about Casey Gruppioni? Casey Gruppioni? No. How about Manny Taveras? Is Manny here? Manny. Then we have Shannon Russell next. Manny, welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, committee members, and members of the City Council. My name is Manny Taveras. I own a single three-family home in Providence. I am not a corporation. I do not own multiple buildings. This property is my long-term retirement investment, and it's my family's vehicle for establishing generational wealth. I appreciate the intent behind the ordinance. House stability matters, predictability matters, and no one supports unreasonable rent spikes. But I'm here because this ordinance, as written, would unintentionally harm small, responsible housing providers like me. I currently charge below market rate rents, and in the past 4 years, I have raised the rents only once, and that was by $50, which is over the 4% proposed threshold. And that only came due to the rising property taxes implemented by the city this past year. My tenants are long-term, I have no disputes, I have no complaints, and no evictions. I rely on vacancy to turnover to update units and gradually bring rents closer to the market. Under this ordinance, I would no longer be able to reset rent to market after investing in renovations. So for example, if a unit previously rented at $1,250, I would only be allowed to raise it at 4%, bringing it to $1,300, even if the market rent is $1,600. That's $300 per month of a difference. That's $3,600 per year, and over 10 years, that compounds significantly. To protect myself, I would be forced to raise rents 4% every single year, even in the years when I otherwise would not. Utilities will rise, insurance will rise, the cost of maintenance will rise. Ironically, this ordinance may encourage more consistent rent increases, not fewer. Small three-family properties are the backbone of Providence housing. We are not private equity firms. We are not hedge funds. We are responsible landlords looking to pave the way for generations to come. We are local residents trying to maintain aging buildings while taxes, insurance, and compliance costs continue to rise. This ordinance does not distinguish between corporate landlords and small local owners. This is a critical flaw. I respectfully suggest the following amendments. Exempt all small landlords who own 1 to 4 units and no more than 2 properties in a city. Allow vacancy reset to market for small properties, especially when documented improvements have been made. Allow full pass-through of actual property taxes imposed by the city for shared accountability. Create a tiered system with larger landlords and regulated differently than small, focused property owners. If the goal is stability, we can achieve that without destabilizing the small housing providers who maintain much of Providence rental stock. I ask you to reconsider applying a one-size-fits-all to this policy. Target corporations, protect tenants from abuse, but do not unintentionally penalize small, responsible landlords who are part of this community. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, you could submit that testimony and your suggestions. Thank you. Next, we have Shannon Russell, then Ron DeSandro. Welcome, Shannon.
Hello.
Against?
Good evening. Thank you, everybody, for being here.
Absolutely.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak to everybody tonight. So my name is Shannon Russell. I am from the 02908 Club. We own over 400 units in Providence, mostly in Ward 14, but we have some in Wards 12 and 5 as well. So obviously I am a landlord. I'm not just here as a landlord. I am here as a former tenant for many, many years. But one of the populations that hasn't been really represented here tonight, unfortunately, or discussed very much, are people like multiple sisters and brothers of mine, nieces, nephews, cousins, lots and lots of friends and business associates who are in the trades. The carpenters, the plumbers, the painters, the electricians, who count on the business that they get from landlords. Some that work pretty much full-time for landlords, the property managers, for example. If rent control were to happen, this is unfortunately going to be a very big unintended consequence for them, that the amount of work that they're able to get from said landlords may significantly decrease, as a lot of the homeowners may start to do some of the renovations, the repairs themselves. They might see if that dishwasher can go a couple more months before they buy a new one, maybe a couple more years before they buy a new one. When you cap rents, but you're not capping the operating costs, which nobody can cap our operating costs, as much as we would like that to be the case, landlords are pushed to raise rents. It's just simple. And it will be more likely than not the 4%. I mean, my company, we don't increase the rent by more than 2.5% from one year to the next. Landlords who will have to become far more selective, because they need to make sure that obviously every landlord wants to make sure that their tenants are able to afford the rent, but they will be more selective. It will make it harder potentially for lower income tenants and for those who may not have perfect credit or even good credit to find housing. At the same time, demand keeps rising. Everybody's talked about that. We know that that's true. We know that there's a lot of people who've spoken here about having negligent or even terrible landlords, and for those people, I feel bad for all of you. I think that one of the solutions to that is to have a board, a committee, or something where tenants have more ability to file those complaints and get some kind of reprieve there. And then as far as the money that would be spent on the rent board of 5 members with the salaries, the insurance benefits, and so on and so forth, perhaps that money can go and help individuals who are struggling, unfortunately, in these times to pay their rent every month. So I'd like the City Council to consider that, and also to consider all the sources of data that are coming in, because I've done a ton of research on it, and I get, depending upon who the source is, I see different data. Thank you very much, and have a good night.
Thank you. Have a good one. Then we have Ron DeSandro. Ron DeSandro. Luisa Gonzalez. Luisa Gonzalez. Ernest Rodriguez. Against? Okay, no. How about Jeffrey Silva? Is Jeffrey Silva here? Then we have, I want to say Matos, or from Bartolova Drive. Nope. How about Andrew Poyant? Andrew Poyant. Andrew here? That's you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for staying this late. Hi, my name is Andrew Poyant. I live in Ward 14. We just got to hear 02908. I've heard from countless people knocking doors for rent stabilization of how their lives have been impacted. 4 years ago, I heard from someone who, from one of the 2 mega landlords in our neighborhood, had to self-evict because the mega landlord decided to jack up their rent significantly, and it was right at the beginning of COVID. And I talked to her at an encampment because she was homeless with her kids. This is seriously impacting our neighborhood and the whole city. The past 6 months, I've helped 2 friends move because their landlords jacked up their rent $400 and $500 each. And I've had another friend who we want to be the creative capital, and I have a friend who is an artist who had to leave out of the city because she could no longer afford to live here. We need rent stabilization, and we need a lot more. This needs to pass. If it doesn't pass, it's going to continue to be too unaffordable for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Samuel Alba. Samuel Alba, not here. Michael Diaz. Welcome, Michael. Finally get it. Thank you for being here.
Hi there. My name is Michael Dias, Ward 12. I'm a landlord, or I wouldn't say like a small landlord, because some of these small landlords have said they own like 7+ units, multiple buildings. I own 1 triple-decker. And, you know, like, I'm for rent stabilization because, yeah, they're like, you know, I could jack up the rent to make ends meet, you know, like make it harder for other people and stuff like that. You know, I know what managing a building takes. I work on buildings, I fix buildings for a living, and it's a pain in the ass. But, excuse my language, but really what would really help would be things like, you know, like they have this whole triple-decker pride thing, support for small landlords who need like loans or forgiveness on loans to repair their houses. Because, you know, I have a hard time getting by, but I don't like making my tenants pay for it. You know, I work with them, you know, I let them, you know, if they need to, they can get their rent late here and there. Excellent tenants. I haven't always had excellent tenants. I've had to spend thousands of dollars fixing apartments from bad tenants when they finally left. But the answer isn't just giving landlords, especially not management companies, free rein to overcharge people. You know, I walk down a street and it's like 6, 7 other houses in a row have a Strive sign on them. Like the statistic of 40-something% from mom and pop homeowners is actually more like 16 to 18. There's a lot of management companies who own all those triple deckers and like 2-family units. And a lot of them they use for Airbnbs. But until those other things that alleviate, you know, the strain on landlords come into play, you know, rent stabilization might help. And if it doesn't, and a bunch of landlords or corporate landlords go under, maybe things that will actually help the landlords not have to pass these fees on to the tenants will be enacted, you know? So, thank you.
Thank you. We have Taylor Conperry and then Avi Rosenstein. Taylor? Very good.
Hi.
My name is Taylor Comperi, and I live on Chapin Avenue in Ward 8, where I'm represented by Councilor James Taylor. And I'm here tonight to express my strong support for rent stabilization. I know it's late, so I'd like to keep it brief and focus on the street that I live on. Chapin Avenue is a small street in the heart of the West End, a majority renter, historically working class neighborhood where longtime Providence residents are quickly being priced out and pushed out due to skyrocketing rent. It's also the street that forms the border between Ward 13, where Council President Miller champions rent stabilization, and Ward 8, where Councilor Taylor opposes this ordinance that would bring much needed relief to his constituents. I'm here tonight to tell Councilor Taylor, your side of Chapin Avenue is not any less deserving of a champion who will fight for affordability and stability. I urge you to change your mind and deliver real change to your neighbors. We are desperately begging for a councilor to stand with us. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Avi Rosenstein. Avi. Val Reischunk. She left. Okay. Then we have Caleb Madison. Caleb Madison. And just to remind everybody, there will be other hearings at the February 24th at 5:30 p.m. Southside Rent Stabilization Listening Session at the Southside Cultural Center. On Monday, we're going to have a meeting at 5:30 for the councilors, this committee, to review what we just heard and also some deliberation. And then also another listening session at Federal Hill and West End Rent Stabilization Community Meeting, Wednesday, March 4th at 6 p.m. at Bell Street Chapel, 5 Bell Street. Welcome.
Thank you, and happy late evening, councilors. Thank you for your time tonight. I want to start by saying something that might seem sort of obvious, but I believe has slipped through the cracks. I have yet to hear a single renter who does not own a property speak against this bill tonight from hundreds of people. Not one has spoken against this bill. Why? Because renters in the city are getting the short end of the stick on repeat. I'm the organizing director for Reclaim Rhode Island. We spend all week, every week, going and talking to tenants. A few stories I've heard this week. A woman who returned to a domestic violence situation because her landlord increased her rent, and she had to choose between being homeless or going back to the man that hit her. Another story I heard this week, a family that has chosen to stay in a place with black mold, affecting a child with asthma. Why? Because they went to look for other places and couldn't find it. This was one of those friendly mom and pop landlords that we've heard so much from tonight. They won't fix the mold, they also won't jack up the rent. And so your family's stuck between a rock and a hard place of what you're supposed to do. Stories like this come up all the time as we're going and talking to tenants. And as we start to think about supply, why would the landlords want to build right now? If what you're telling me is we're having an affordability crisis and the rent is getting jacked up every day, and I make my money from the rent getting jacked up, I'm not gonna go build more stuff because it means I'm getting my money. There's a true disconnect about what we're talking about when we say supply versus all these other things. I'm going to be mercifully brief tonight, so let me end with this. I want you to know that those of you who support this ordinance, we celebrate you and we speak about you daily. We talk about how you've been a champion for working people. We talk about what it means that you've taken on this incredibly difficult fight. And we've seen the passion from the city around how difficult this fight is. For those of you undecided, we do not do that. We wonder what you're thinking. We wonder how you feel. We wonder what we're going to have to do in the future. For those of you that are against, we think daily about how we change that political condition that has you in a seat. We are going to keep working together to try and build this thing and to win. And I want you to know that you do not get to stay neutral on this question. The time has come that you are getting called, and every one of you has a chance this season to truly improve the lives of the people in your districts, and I hope you will make a choice that lets them look at this city council and feel pride about living in the city of Providence. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Edward Karazian, Erica Sahin, Ron Crossan. Welcome. State your name, please.
My name is Erica Sahin, and I am a renter in Fox Point in Ward 1.
This ordinance applies to all of Providence, but today I want to talk about Ward 1 specifically. Looking for a place to live, I faced the same landlords over and over who own dozens of properties in the area. It was impossible to find a street that was unaffected by these landlords and their reputations. These are landlords, some of who have signed up to speak today, who have previously stated proudly that over 95% of their tenants are Brown students. This statistic is only possible because of the history of displacement from skyrocketing rents in Fox Point. They know that under current law, they can raise rents however much they want, and that the wealthiest students will meet them, regardless of the average Rhode Island incomes. They care about profits, not Providence. Out-of-state or corporate landlords with the same strategy also don't care about Providence. When speaking to my neighbors in these buildings, I heard horror stories of essential repair requests ignored, personal property seized, violated privacy, and a general lack of accountability and regulation. Rent stabilization provides this accountability to the tenants and to the city. Landlords who monopolize areas like College Hill or Elmhurst refuse responsibility to their communities and to the neighbors of their properties. They price out owner-occupied properties, the houses where community relationships could instead be strengthened. They displace local residents who have been living in Providence for years in favor of profits and the ability to exploit short-term contracts. This ordinance targets these landlords specifically. It does not hurt those who are not raising rents by more than 4% in the first place. Stabilizing rents restores and sustains communities. It protects tenants, the majority of your constituents. This ordinance may not be a single solution to our housing crisis, but it is an essential one, and you cannot make progress by refusing to take the first step. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we have Edward Kazarian, Ron Crossan. Okay. Welcome. Welcome, Ron.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, members of the council. My name is Ron Crossan. I was born and grew up in South Providence, Ward 11. I support a rent stabilization ordinance, and I assist on a daily basis businesses in underserved communities throughout Rhode Island, free of charge. I understand economics, I understand supply and demand, and I understand free markets. Free markets at times need regulations for the benefit of the community. Consequence of a failure to regulate a free market led to the 2008 financial crisis that we saw. And when it is mentioned that a rent stabilization ordinance will restrict supply, it must be asked, supply for whom? Is it supply for the mechanic, the person who works in the local bodega, the teacher, the local entrepreneur, or are we talking about affordability as compared to the Boston market? Speculation is displacing people who cannot afford high rents. A rent stabilization ordinance is needed. Language is important, though. I suggest several amendments. One is to change the blanket 15-year exemption to apply to only new construction that includes significant, truly affordable housing. Second is to enable landlords to be able to that do not comply with the regulation or are not governed by the regulation or are governed by the regulation to adjust rents for emergency infrastructure or other necessary improvements, when they have proper documentation without obtaining pre-approval, but to provide evidence of such at a point determined within the ordinance. And then finally is to ensure that the process is set up in such a way that it does not cause a bottleneck of bureaucracy, to provide further guidance within the actual ordinance to help make sure that that is not the case. So finally, I hope you'll consider these points. Residents cannot wait. This is just one step to help make housing in Providence truly affordable. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you very much. Then the next person I have, can't read the name, but at least the name of the street is Beer, B-R-E-E-R. All right, what, someone live there? How about Hannah Moore? That's you? Okay, come on over. And then Hannah Moore. All right, come on over. If you could just say your name right over there. No, that's okay. Yep. Thank you.
So it's Gurpratap Singh.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
You must be a doctor.
Yeah, sorry about my handwriting.
right.
I'm
It's
working
okay.
on it.
No, it's all right.
So I am the child of working class immigrants who fled their homes due to state-sanctioned violence. They slowly made their ways to the United States where they rented an apartment. First, they faced many hardships on their journey to the United States, and then they had to work countless hours to make ends meet. Rent would grow quicker than wages and incomes. Immigrant families like mine had to give up any privacy and comforts by sharing small, cramped spaces with as many people as possible to pay rent. When rent became too high, immigrant families trying to establish themselves would once again have to move to avoid eviction, and not all families would be lucky, no matter how hard they tried to find a new place close to their kids' schools or the jobs that they relied on. Some would be pushed out into streets, harsh winter nights. Homelessness, poverty, financial insecurity is caused by structural harm. Harm we can reduce through this legislation, through this ordinance. City council members, it is important to understand that not everyone is born with the same resources and opportunities. Landlords often had structural, generational, and environmental advantages which allowed them to become the all-powerful over their tenants, to go unchecked, free to be guided by greed, to take advantage and build wealth at the cost of immigrant communities that came here with nothing but empty pockets. I invoke James Madison, one of the founding fathers, who said that if all men were angels, we would not need government. And I say if all landlords were angels, we wouldn't need rent stabilization. Is it not the duty of civic institutions to facilitate the relationship between tenants and landlords to prevent abuses? I also urge landlords to recognize their privilege and positionality that they have to improve and save lives and not ruin them. Earlier, Christ was invoked. There was, I think, Philippines 2:3, which actually urges people not to choose deceit, but to choose humility, not to choose self-interest, but selflessness. Today, I ask the City Council of a city which prides itself for its vibrant immigrant communities, in a city built on the backs of the working class, do you stand for the rights of the masses, the immigrants, the 60%, the common folks? Or do you stand against the basic human right of housing? Do you listen to the voices of many people or the profits of the few? City Council, I trust that you will make the right decision and will be remembered as advocates of the working class, the disadvantaged, and the indigent. You guys will be remembered as champions of humanities, human rights, justice, and equity as you vote in favor for rent stabilization. Thank you so much, and good evening. And good
Thank
night.
you. Good evening. We're almost there. We have Hannah Moore, Georges Dow, Gazan Dow.
Good evening. My name is Hannah Moore. I live in Ward 2, and I'm here tonight in support of rent stabilization. Working in housing and homelessness policy for the state of Rhode Island since 2016, I'm very familiar with the arguments for and against rent stabilization and for the refrain of increasing supply as the solution. After all this time, I've been left with a question, which is how long do we have to wait for the supply to essentially solve the affordability problems that we have? So as a graduate student now in social work, I've dug into this question. I've gone through peer-reviewed studies that have looked not at one or two studies, but hundreds of studies that have been done over decades. And when it comes to rent stabilization, it's far more effective in actually addressing affordability for regulated rents than supply alone. So, for example, based on research showing that a 1% increase in housing supply, which is, for Providence, it's progress. It's around what we saw in the last fiscal year. This would result in rent going down by 0.19% relative to what it otherwise would have. That's $4. $4 on a $2,000 per month rent payment. And our rate of producing affordable homes is not on track to ameliorate this. So I calculated that status quo would mean 96 years to address the housing affordability shortage in Providence. We have over 18,000 rent-burdened residents in this city. You've heard from so many of them here tonight, and I think I'm here saying I really don't think we can afford to wait and to continue to trust that the status quo is going to change things. In addition, this is also personal for me. I found out last week that my landlord is selling my building. So, passing rent stabilization presents an opportunity to bring peace of mind and a sense of stability for people who've lived here. I've lived here since 2016. So we don't have to be worried about being priced out of our home. I also urge you to resist the pressure to exempt more properties. In my last apartment, the one I lived in Ward 1, before the one I'm living in now, right as we were leaving, our rent went up by 25%. So thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, Georges Dow, not here. Gazan Dow, left. Ryan LeMay. Callie McDonald. Callie's here. Thank you for waiting.
Hi, everyone. I know that we're all very sleepy, me included. So I just kind of want to start by summarizing some of the points that we've heard tonight, specifically some of the points from the opposition. So you've heard about the lack of housing development in St. Paul, Minnesota after rent control passed. You've heard about declining property values, and you've heard that there's no evidence that rent stabilization will actually cap the rents and stabilize rent. So first, building permits in St. Paul, those dropped off months before rent stabilization was ever even introduced. So there were other factors contributing to that. And second, an analysis of rent stabilization over 40 years in New Jersey and throughout the course that Massachusetts had rent stabilization showed that there was no correlation between decreased housing development and rent stabilization. Next, speculation about decline in property values is exactly that, speculation. There's no evidence to suggest that rent stabilization decreases property values. And lastly, evidence in New York and San Francisco shows that rent stabilization does in fact stabilize the rents over long terms, and it helps families stay in their homes. And while the arguments made against rent stabilization are clear, they are loud, but they are not based in fact. They are based in fear. Fear from landlords and property investors that they will lose their power. And don't let them fool you, they are the ones that hold the power here. They are the property-owning minority, while the majority of us Providence citizens worry about our rent, worry about having to relocate our families. Just this past month, a landlord on Parade Street raised rent 50% with 2 months' notice, forcing out long-term tenants, and those tenants are what make Providence great, including teachers, artists, grandparents, veterans, people who have lived there for over 20 years. And lastly, I just want to highlight what other folks have today, that so far 3 people have froze to death this winter on the streets of Providence. And I echo that to share that we need housing action immediately. Even if you have some lingering questions about rent stabilization, as I know many of you do not let perfection be the enemy of the good. We need to pass rent stabilization right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we have Ethan Favre. Ethan? Is Ethan here? Ethan is not here. Dustin Dezubi? Dustin? Dustin is here. Welcome. Then we have Nicholas and Etienne Catoy.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Dustin, and I'm a local housing developer here in Providence. It's clear that everyone here really, really, really cares about affordability and making rents affordable for people. There's real pressure on families, and we do need real solutions. But the root problem is that we don't have enough housing. Rhode Island builds fewer homes per person than any other state in the entire country. That includes Alaska. Where there aren't enough homes and more people want to live, prices go up. That's supply and demand. The long-term solution is to build more housing. But housing projects are expensive, they're risky, and while I invest in my own projects, I also rely heavily on outside investors. These projects only move forward if many of those investors choose to participate alongside me. These investors, they compare risks and returns. They have a lot of options. They can invest in other cities, in other types of real estate. They can invest in the stock market. And when rent control is the headline, a lot of them start to think that the risk is too high. And I've already had several long-term repeat investors who have invested in Providence multiple times reach out to me to express concern, and in some cases already shift their focus to other opportunities. And when investors pass on Providence, fewer deals get funded, fewer housing units get built, and rents go up. So if we do really want lower rents, we do need more supply and not policies that would discourage building it. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we have Nicolas Clampit and Etienne Cote. Welcome. And before Etienne begins, is there someone else that needs to sign up and speak? Feel free to make sure that your name is on that list. Please, Sergeant at Arms, if you could give him the list. Thank you. Etienne, you may begin.
Well, hi
Thank
there.
you.
Thanks for having me tonight. I appreciate this nice display of democracy and people expressing their views. So my background is, I volunteer a lot in the community, whether it's the Urban League, neighborhood association on the south side, different things. I also own property. I'm exempt from this ordinance. So, but I do care about the economic wellness of our community and the overall affordability.
Can you speak into the mic a
Sorry,
little bit more?
I do care. I'm exempt from this ordinance, but I do care about the overall affordability and economic progress of our city and our state. You know, people are citing different things and different facts. When it comes to what you want to look for to get the correct information is consensus. That's the main word, right? Consensus. It's rare you get consensus on a polarizing issue like this or any economic issue. If you simply Google what is the consensus among economists, and economists are the only impartial people, where frankly most of us here are a part of some organization or something like that. I'm not, but maybe have my own bias. So when you have something like this, you need to look for consensus by experts. If you're dealing with a health crisis, you speak to doctors and you see what the consensus is among the doctors. You don't speak to activists or different people that own this or have other, just things that are important to them. People that are led, expert-led information. If it's a health crisis, you speak to doctors. If it's an economic crisis, you speak to economists. Simply Google what is the consensus among rent stabilization, and you will see that the overwhelming majority are against it. Not because it's about property rights or anything like that, because it doesn't solve the problem. I have a lot of experience with New York City rent stabilization. My family's there, and I help my grandmother manage a property. She's on a fixed income, and she rents to people that are making $300,000–400,000 a year with $1,300 rent. That's one of the shortfalls here is that it's not targeted towards the people that need it. There's wealthy people that take advantage of it, wealthy students, wealthy activists, and the like. We want to help people that are struggling, so we need very targeted rental assistance and the like, not a blanket, thing that, hurts the people that really need it and benefits wealthy people. And first, another thing you got to think about, okay, who's going to build this housing? Private money won't be able to do it. The financiers won't give them the money to do it. It's not worth it. There are other options. If you don't have public money, if you don't have the private money, and you don't have the public money, because the federal money, you're not going to get it from the federal government, and the state, most of the people are owners, you're not going to get it there. Think about that. So that is crucial. People, are saying it may be a short-term thing for people, but if you don't have the public money to replace the private money, you're taxing the tenants and you're putting the overall city and state in a bad situation. So again, the 4-unit restriction, that's terrible. 4 units, that's still considered owner occupied. And yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And then the last 3, we're looking at Sean Curry, Brian Bishop, and David, I want to say Schaefer. So Sean Curry.
Hi.
Welcome.
Yeah, my name's Sean. I live in Federal Hill. I'm a little too new here to get the ward yet, but I'm right in that area. I am for rent stabilization. I mainly want to come up here, sorry to keep you guys hostage a little bit longer, but I feel like a continuing theme with a lot of the renters here is the fact that we're not just here for some bottom line or for making some profit off of some property. We're here staying this late because a lot of us are fighting for our lives with how expensive it is out here. I've heard a lot of excuses about we need supply and demand, supply and demand. If I have to hear that one more time, I'm going to throw up. We hear about how much more housing that we need. Well, what happens when that housing comes here? Who's buying that up? If it's the big corporations that are buying up all these land, then that doesn't do anything for us because they're just going to keep hiking the rents because they can. And if it's from all these small landlords that only own 7 units, well then cry me a river. If you have enough money to buy another unit, you're doing so much better than the majority of the people who are here. Even if you already own, just 1 or 2 or even 3 properties, guess what, buddy? That's 3 more than I have right now, and probably 3 more than I will ever get. So I'm just getting so tired of all the excuses about how hard it is for landlords. You guys don't realize how far ahead of us that you guys already have it. We've heard so much about expenditures, about taxes, about how much it costs for these properties. What a lot of these people manage to leave out, though, is how much they're still raking in from that. I heard a lot about how much it is in terms of expenses, but not how much these people are still bringing in. Here's some quick maths and some true facts for you. I make around $82K right now, which is just under that threshold of that study about what you need to make the median rent here. If I were to be paying the median rent, which is $2,100 right now, that would still be more than an entire paycheck of mine. I am paid bi-weekly, so I'm paid bi-monthly, so twice a month. That means that half of my monthly rent would still be going, or half my monthly income would still be going towards that rent. So even if I'm on the higher spectrum of people who should theoretically be able to afford the median rent here, that's still half of my income and doesn't account for any of the other expenditures I need to take care of during the month. So even being on that higher threshold, I can't imagine people who are making 10, 20, 30, even 40,000 less than me trying to make it right now when I am still constantly watching my bank account go down and down with what I make. I don't have too much more else to say. I just want to say I feel like there is a real perspective issue right here. We have people complaining about the properties that they own, maybe the fact that they may have to sell it if it becomes unprofitable, which sure, terrible, whatever. But on our perspective from the renters, as many people have pointed out already, is literally dying in the streets, becoming unhoused and dying in the street.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, just real quick, this is just not...
Appreciate it.
I'm good, thank you.
All right, thank you. Brian Bishop.
Thank you, Councilman and others. So our family straddles the boundary of Ward 1 and Ward 2. It depends on the redistricting in any given year which ward we fall in. But the property that we have there, we've already sold most of it because it's historic. And it was not just because we saw, oh, people want to have rent control. It's because the state decided on more bureaucratic morass for those. We've been in this business for 60 years, providing housing here in the city. And it's not always the precise cost. If you own a historic building, you would say it is the precise cost. You know, our buildings had windows that were 4 foot by 8 foot. It would have cost us $15,000 a window. And the state shilly-shallied for 3 years with no solution for people who had historic property. Yet everybody claims they love historic property. We've spent millions of dollars keeping up historic property in Providence, what everybody claims they like. But what we get from the state, now from the city, is the tip of the boot. So in a way, I'm not here on my own behalf, because our family, I'm 68. I've been working on property with my father since I was 10. And, you know, my career in that is on the way out. I have 5 siblings. And my father went out of his way to provide my mother with some help. And the very first house he ever bought that we didn't live in was so that the person that he had hired to help my mother could have a house. And his name went on the mortgage. And at 5 in the morning, when they dragged my father off to court, they didn't have a housing court then, they dragged you to court. There are lots of enforcement mechanisms. There's a lot of other mechanisms for all the problems that you've heard here. Now, it didn't have anything to do with the fact he was a Republican. I'm sure he just happened to have the worst house in the... And this was a house he was helping people to buy. My concern with what's happening here is not that limiting rent increases to 4% is going to put us all out of business. What I think it's going to do is change the demographic of who has those properties. And the opportunity that he had, and now the opportunity, people say it's not radical enough. The radicals say that property ownership is white supremacy. Just when we're getting over the inability of diverse communities to own properties, to get mortgage, and to have these, we essentially want to have policies that make property into a public trust. And now it's snatched away from them again. I am so concerned that you are taking this opportunity from people. I've had my opportunity. I appreciate it. I'm not here for myself.
Thank you very much. Thank you. One more, Mr. David Schaefer. This will be the last one. Anybody, someone else? Okay.
Good evening.
What's your?
My name
Afterwards.
My name is David Schaefer.
Hold on one second, Mr. Schaefer. If you could just, Sergeant at Arms, if you could get her name, that would be great. You may begin, Mr. Schaefer.
My name is David Schaefer. I'm one of the co-owners of Sampson Realty on the east side. I know a little bit about the rental business. I know a little bit about the landlord business. I've been doing it for 33 years. And I'm going to tell you that everything you've heard tonight, most of it's wrong. Most of it's wrong. The reason why we're in this condition right now with housing, there's no housing shortage out there. I track this every day, and I've been doing it for 30 years. I look at the Zillow ads, the apartments.com ads, I look at our website, I look at our inventory, and there's no housing shortage right now. There's a positional housing shortage for what people need, and there's an approval problem for people getting approved. What I heard about people getting evicted because they can't afford the rent, that's absolutely not true. Most of the people that get evicted because they don't pay the rent. So how did we get ourselves into this mess? And the one thing that I didn't hear anybody mention is the single most important factor in housing and in rental market, and that's household formation. So what happened? COVID came along, and the greatest spike in household formation probably in a century happened. And what that means is people moved out of their house. New households were formed where maybe somebody living with mom or dad moved into their own house, couples split up, people didn't want to live with grandma anymore, they got their own apartment, and there was a massive shortage of apartments, especially in the one-bed area. So the one-beds become short. That becomes a shortage for people that are elderly and low income. And when that happens, people make noise. It takes about 3 to 4 years to come off of a household formation escalation. The HUD released yesterday numbers that rents are at a 3-year low. And I can tell you that's absolutely true. I track it. I track everything. I got 60 seconds left. So a couple things that are very important for you to know. And one thing I would suggest is that you take a measurement of what is the threshold that you need in order to pass this. Are you sure it's going to work? Are you really sure it's going to work? Well, I want to suggest, before you pass a bill like this, that you're beyond a reasonable doubt that it's going to work. Because if it doesn't work, the consequences are going to be really bad. There are plenty of other options, and I will tell you this, that I got off the phone earlier with my friends in Boston. It's absolutely true. I don't want to say it unless I was absolutely right about this, that the first court, the appellate court in Boston, will in no way support this. So if you pass it, there's going to be a lawsuit. The Rhode Island court is just going to pass it on because they don't want to hear it. And when you get up, you can Google it. You can Google all their positions on rent control. When you get there, you're going to hit a massive brick wall, and it's going to cost the city millions of dollars to defend it.
Thank you very
And the
much.
last thing I just wanted to say, because it's late and I waited all this time.
Thank you.
You cannot make a contract on prorated taxes. So if the taxes go up, the landlord's going to have a right to pass it on to the tenant. And I want to remind you that we're in arrears the way we bill here, so the tenants are going to get huge bills, and that's going to be on you.
Appreciate
so,
thank you for your
it's
comments.
time to start supporting the mayor. He has plenty of programs to get jobs, and
Thank you,
that's
sir.
what we need. We need to get jobs.
Time's up. Thank you. And the last one is Emily Gutierrez. Welcome, Emily.
Hi, thank you.
Hi, you're welcome.
My name's Emily Gutierrez. I live in Ward 2, and I guess the only benefit of going now is I'm a lot less nervous.
There
Way
you go.
less people here. Okay, so I had something initially written to write, and I kind of changed it as I heard people talking tonight. I'm here in support of the rent stabilization ordinance. People tonight have been talking about how we need to treat the disease and not the symptoms. But who in this room wouldn't take a medicine when they have an ache from a chronic disease or they have a fever from a virus? Sometimes you need to treat the acute to heal the whole. When we treat the acute, we take the medicine. We get back to our jobs to try and keep our health insurance, all in the hopes and the goal of getting the long-term treatment that we need. You cannot hold out for a perfect solution, remedy, or policy when we have people dying on the streets. Providence is struggling. We need to act now to treat the headache, to stop the bleeding, and to stabilize rents. We need to be able to live on to fight the bigger fights at hand, to work towards wider reform that will benefit us all. So I'm asking you again to consider people over profits when you vote on this ordinance, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is the last speaker. It is 11:16. I want to thank first the clerks, the staff, and the team for staying out this long. Thank you very much to all my colleagues. Thank you, and to all of you who came out and provided testimony. Just wanted to remind everyone that this process has been going on for a while, even more than a year. But even during this rent stabilization ordinance as presented, we'll continue to hear from the public, and there are still remaining public meeting dates coming, which is the Southside Rent Stabilization Listening Session, Tuesday, February 24th at 5:30 p.m. at the Southside Cultural Center, 393 Broad Street. There's one on Federal Hill and West End. Community meeting, Wednesday, March 4th at 6 p.m., Bell Street Chapel, 5 Bell Street. And for us as a committee, we're going to have a our meeting Monday to review all this information that we have so far at 5:30 p.m. This will be for deliberation. There will be no public testimony, but you will also have some other opportunities. The public is going to have more opportunities to provide and hear from us, but at the same time, we will hear from you as we continue to deliberate. So therefore, having no further business, we'll conclude this public hearing. And no, just we don't have to just, so no further business. We conclude this public hearing. So thank you very much for being here tonight, and we'll see you tomorrow for the general session. Thank you.